Okay, folks, good morning. And as you can see, we have cleared off a lot of stuff on the desk here. A little bit of organizing, and we knocked out a few projects that were all over the desk. We still have stuff on the desk, but a few less than before. Now, we have this one Britannia Panther left over. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually blackline this morning. So that it looks more in line with the other ones. Shouldn't take very long. I'm thinking about it right now. So I'm going to go ahead and knock that out. And I really need to come up with a better term than blacklining, because I'm really not blacklining. Line washing, something like that. And I did a huge clean on brushes yesterday. I had a whole pile of brushes that had been sitting in the water here, and I didn't make a video about it because I've already made a video about how to use hand sanitizer. But these people, I brought it up to these folks and they were very dismissive. They're like, "Oh, it's the same as using isopropyl alcohol." I'm like, "All right. Let's get some 91% isopropyl alcohol and see how it works." Because what I like about the hand sanitizer is it's a gel. So I literally can pour it here and it doesn't go everywhere. It's controlled. But all right, we'll get a cup. We'll fill some isopropyl alcohol and see how it does. It didn't do much better than water. So I don't know what else is in the hand sanitizer, but the other stuff that's in there is what's the magic part. It made a difference. It made a big difference. So as careful as I am, you still end up getting a little speck here, a little speck there, and this hand sanitizer just makes it go away. And I had some really cheap hand sanitizer. I don't even know what brand it is. Probably generic Sam's Club or something like that. I actually went to Sam's Club yesterday and it was on my list to buy more Purell because I'm almost out. And I bought this, I don't know how long ago. It was probably a Walgreens, and they were buy one, get one. So I've got one for my car. When you're going to the gas station or something like that, you want to keep your hands clean. And brought the other one here, and you can see that I've gone through almost a whole one of them, but it works. It works for brushes. If you don't believe me, try it. If you don't want to try it, well, you're lost. I'm not here to convert anybody. You guys want to, there's people still out there using enamel paints. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. I just kind of present things I found. If you don't like it, that's cool. I got this just a little too far away from me. And I want to use that same. Alright, this isn't working. It should be in one of these front bends. Here it is. This is an excellent brush. And it's just a cheapo brush. There was a good day for quality control at that Chinese factory that day. Alright. Bring out the Nuln oil. And I'm probably going to have to go back and do all my vehicles this way that I've already painted, but that's okay. I've mentioned it before. I like this process. It's pretty relaxing. Going over all the nooks and crannies. You know what? I don't get scared by things often. And this scares me. It's having this sharp antenna here when I'm... So I'm going to put a little glob of this stuff at the end. So if something were to go sideways, I don't poke myself with the end of that. Okay. And this is a Panther G, actually. And what you can tell that is the hatches are square. On the driver and the assistant driver, there's a periscope up here, and there's no little flap for the driver's visor, T-34 style on this. And this does have a little bit of a gloss finish, so I am going to have to seal over it, give it a light dusting. Everything else on this thing was done basically the same way I did the other Panthers. It's just I've added this black lining to my process. And this isn't even a very good model. Oh shit, before I get farther away. Let's do live chat. There we go. In case anybody says something. Keywords won't be omitted, and they're not necessarily even controversial words, just some things end up getting edited. Big Brother's saying, that guy really doesn't want to say that. Yeah, he does. I was out and about yesterday and I went to the game store. Not the one I usually go to, because I know the one I usually go to doesn't have this product. I went to one that's been around a long time. It's actually a huge store, but it's mostly, comic books and things like that. Because I know that they have quite a few gaming things. Nothing historical, of course, but they've got Citadel. That one has the Citadel stuff. That one has the Citadel paint, but it's behind the counter. Like, great. And I know that they have some Gamer's Grass stuff. Because I wanted to rebuy this one that I'm almost out of. But it looks like I'm going to have to order it because they didn't carry it. One of the two grasses that I use for... It's this one, actually, in particular. Dark green something or another. So I'm just going to mail order it. Maybe I'll wait to see if somebody carries it at the con next weekend, but I could use something else, but I'd like to stay consistent. have a plan and then stick to the plan. Yeah, this is a Britannia Panther, and it's got some chips on there, like the Zimrit's been chipped off. I have a few of the Britannia vehicles. I don't love them. They're better than the Britannia figures, which I was never a fan of. I don't really want anybody to go out of business, but when I came back, I saw Britannia was out of business. Actually, somebody took over the molds. I forget who the hell it is, but I remember back in the day, Miniature War Games always had a big Britannia ad in all of them, and I'm like, who the hell likes these figures, man? They all have the same face, and it's a very big face. It's almost like they got little feet, really big faces, even more than some of the Essex figures. They're like the dwarf off of Game of Thrones. Except I don't know if he's got really little feet, but the figures had really little feet. Again, it's still better sculpting than I could do, but there's other options out there. But their vehicles were alright. I got a few of them. Alright. So we got those things to get them to pop a little bit. Let's go ahead and put this across these little strengtheners here on the fender. Yeah, this I'm gonna show you guys. I don't know if anybody's watching, but here we got back to back. Come on, code. I'm so ready to take this shit off of it. My old phone never had a security code on it. Let's see if I can show you guys. The fender on the left. The fender on the left does not have the black lining on it. And then on the one on the right does. Just makes it so you can see those details a little farther away. Just subtle. And control, I don't want to cover the whole thing in it. No darken the whole model. I've already done that with a brown. We're going to go ahead and separate this like this. Separate that like that. We've got this machine gun that comes out. This ball mount. No flap here. Okay, we don't do this to the suspension. That's my one corner I like to cut. because the dust and stuff would get in all those. I don't know. That's just my excuse. It would just take forever. I do plan on building more than one vehicle. Okay, this is, we're going to run a line between the end of the Zimrit here and this. We're going to flip over to the other side. Too much there. And it looks like these are like these storage containers here in the back, and they almost have like the top loading hopper, almost like a those plastic containers you can go and you can, well, just a bigger version of this. I was going to say that you can transfer your cereal into if you buy it in bulk. Something like this with a little top that opens. It's kind of what those containers are. I didn't realize that's really storage. That's what it looks like. Don't drop something small, so you're going to have to dig everything out that's on top of it to try to get to it. But this is an early G because it doesn't have the chin armor. There's a shell trap here because the front of the plate here is of the mantlet is round. It would send the shells down in the top of the compartment here, which is bad because no tank has very much armor on the top. You know, 20, 30 mil at the most. I think 30 mil is probably extreme. Most of them are like 10 or 20. So you don't want that penetrated. That's why you can hurt tanks with like 50, with something that's carrying 50 caliber machine guns. A Yabo with 50 caliber machine guns can strafe a tank and do damage to it. Because there's not a whole lot of damage on the top of, there's not a whole lot of armor on the top of a tank. There's less armor on the top of a tank than there is on the rear of it. Doodliness, welcome. Man, early in California. said California, I was thinking of that Led Zeppelin song. And then I was thinking, do people in other states that have a song that's named after their state that they live in, do they like the song or do they dislike it? Are people in Georgia tired of hearing Georgia on My Mind? I would imagine so. I made a comment. We were somewhere and there was a business that said so and so radio. And I'm like, who the hell listens to radio? Those days are over. I'd rather go to the mall and listen to radio. Yeah, a lot of details on this thing are just simplified. Okay. Make those little details pop a little bit. And consistent with the other ones. That's really the only thing I've changed painting style wise. I hadn't planned on changing anything, and then I saw somebody doing something like this. I'm like, let me try it. I'm like, oh, I like that a lot better. I like that a lot better. So I can see these details from, farther away a little bit. Okay, the Zimrit changes angle here. So let me put a little black wash in between these two. And this is one of those situations that a real vehicle doesn't look as good because it doesn't have those little contrasts and things like you end up adding on there. Okay, I think we've brought this one up to a consistent level. Okay, now we can take this safety thing off so I don't poke my eye out. We're gonna need our eyes. We need our eyes for this hobby for sure. All right, we can put the Panther back. Not so fast. Not so fast. Since this one's out, I gotta make some bases. I gotta make a lot of bases. And I like to keep them consistent if I can get away with it. As within the vehicle types. So I'm going to pull out one of these new Panthers that we finished out yesterday. And I'm going to pull out a Kursk Panther. They should be similar in size. And they both need basings. Yep. If it works for one, it'll work for the other. And hopefully it'll work on this size stand. Yes. Now the question is, will the Jagd Tiger work on this size stand? Yes. Okay, good. I'd like to make them all consistent if possible. And of course the Tiger 1 will work on there as well, even though it's a little under scale because it is a 1/76 scale model. Let me just check to make sure we don't have too much meat around it. Nah, we're all right, okay? Okay, so we are in need of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. We need 7 stands of the same size. Okay. Okay, we need 7 things like this. People are like super anal about stands. Why do you put your vehicles on stands? I like how it looks. Why you gotta get in other people's business? And they're magnetized. If this was a metal wall, I could slap this on. Well, the turret would fall off, but you get the point. Doesn't look as good. It bothers me. Don't make me get nasties. I'll get nasty. Somebody, when I posted it, they wanted to go after, wanted to get in an argument with me. Well, I got the perfect response to the next person that complains about my stands. It's going to make some people uncomfortable. Just need to get some thicker skin, you know? It's a personal choice. What looks good to one person may not look good to somebody else. All right, I believe I didn't just randomly pick a size. There is some method to this madness. Do you like commanding colors at all? It's a good game. It's a fun game. It does not motivate me to read about the history that I just played. Does that make any sense? Axis and Allies is a fun game. Does it make me want to read more about World War II? Absolutely not. So, and there's, and at least commanding colors is Mitch plays a lot of Command and Colors, a lot. I've played it quite a bit. What he likes to do is he likes to actually, they've got this board, they've got this mat that they bought that has a bunch of hexagons on it. Okay, so this thing's 55 wide. And it is... Yeah, we put I bought some super soft lead. I'm a fan of dark lead. And I think that I put that in there. And the other dimension is 85. 85 long. They have a lot of they play that a lot. Shit, and it's an arbitrary number. All right, see if I can make out which one. Maybe if I use this dimension as the length, I could get multiple of them. 85 and 85. Nope, I can just get 2. Fuck it then. They have this mat that they have with hexagons that are, each hex is about this big, and they play on this 4 foot by 8 foot table, and they use that for commanding colors, and they put like little trees instead of the actual tree hexes. You know, they follow the same thing because they want to play with miniatures. I think the wooden blocks, like for the Napoleonic game and stuff, look better. I don't like to play some games with miniatures because sometimes, and I'm going to make this analogy, and I don't know that anybody's come up with this analogy. I'm going to claim that this analogy is mine. You have to squint your brain to see what's going on, you know, and you have to be like, okay, that's a tree thing, and that's it. You know, you can't at first glance look at it. So I actually prefer the game not with miniatures. I think it's a good game, but it doesn't matter whether you're playing the Napoleonic one or the Ancients one. I don't know that it feels like the period. It's still a fun game. I just don't think it feels like the period. There's a lot of die rolling. The die rolling can be pretty exciting. You know, there's a lot to like about it, but it doesn't motivate me to paint miniatures. So, it's not a bad game. You know, it's one of the better ones. I actually had the Ancients one at one time, and I remember I'd gotten it. I bought it for myself for Christmas, and I don't know what year it was. We'll say it was 2004, something like that. I was sick for New Year's Eve, so I spent that New Year's Eve putting the stickers on, and it took forever putting the damn stickers on, and I never played the game. So I ended up selling it, as Mitch had a copy of it as well, and we didn't play his copy. So I'm like, I'm just gonna use the money and spend it on something else. You know, I mean, if I have something hobby related, I don't want it anymore. I don't just sell it and then like pocket the money and use it for a hamburger. I go and put it back in the hobby. I mean, that's fair. Just make sure this didn't slip. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it looks a lot better when it's done correctly. Would we say 85? That one's spot on. That one's spot on. Okay. Well, it's going to be close enough. And I keep all the remainders. I don't know what the hell I cut here, but we keep the remainders. Because you can always use it to paint on it, and then when it's time to use the vehicle, you just put it on there. Do you recommend colors? Have you seen the board game Feudal? I have not. What if the pieces were like that, and there was no grid, but they're on hexagons? So there's a game called, an Ancients game called, I think it's called For the Strongest. And it kind of uses that. I'm not anti-hexagon. I'm not anti-squares. It's just, it just is what it is. It doesn't bother me one way or the other. Have you run into issues with people of playing games that don't have hexagons? people are. You just got to have the right people. You just got to play with the right people. If you're playing with people that are real anal about measuring, I'm pretty anal about measuring, but I expect accuracy for myself and for others. It's the people that are inconsistent, and I know these people. I used to play against this guy that would be like, hey, you moved that guy too far. And then when it's his time to move, he's like, if the rules don't apply to both people, we're going out in the parking lot and we're going to take it out in swords. That's some dishonorable shit. I don't play with dishonorable people. And, yeah, I don't have to play with that dickhead anymore. And the funny is, people like that, nobody likes. You know? It's not just, you're not the only one having a bad experience with that person. I think I need to score this one more time. So I haven't had any problem all the years that I played DBA with all the anal retentive measurement. The problem with DBA is just how abstract it is. And then you look for the rules and nothing's repeated a second time. So it wasn't that real particular measurement. Okay, this should be the business end. It is. All right, now we're going to cut this in 55 segments. All right, we could use this one too, but that's probably the right one to use. That's probably the right one to use. I wish there was like an affordable T-square. Oh, this one comes to a complete end, and I don't want to start on this first. Well, I hope I don't get confused. I'm just going to be quiet here for a little bit. So 55 becomes 65. I'm gonna overthink this. I've made this mistake before. And I'd rather be an asshole than incompetent. You're in luck. So we're going to go 65 plus 55 equals 120. So let's go to 120. And then plus 55 equals 175. And here's the remainder. So we only got 3 vehicles out of this. Fuck, I gotta do this a few times. Good thing I ordered all this stuff. All right, so we're going to 175 minus 55. It's 120 minus 55 equals 65. And this one starts at 1. Okay, now I'm going to use this. So in college, back in the mid-90s, early mid-90s, my writing implement of choice was a mechanical pencil. And then I went to Sharpies. I used Sharpies. Sharpies photocopy well, they don't smear. And then now, in the last 6 months, I've gone back to mechanical pencils. And I do a fair amount of handwriting at work. And I don't like, sometimes I consider having really neat handwriting, but I'm in a hurry frequently. So I don't like looking at things that are, so it allows me a chance of erasing it and stuff. So now Went back to using mechanical pencils. Just a footnote there. Something ain't right here. Okay, there's one. There's two. There's three. Oh, is this the remainder? Is that what it is? And here's the remainder. Okay, perfect. It's because we switched sides. I was expecting it to be over here. Yeah, there's the three. All right. Now, I'm probably going to, how many do I need? 7? All right, I'm going to put this in the remainder pile. I'm going to put these in the remainder pile. It's a good thing I bought this stuff. None of this goes to waste. This will all get used on a Kugelwagen or something like that. And then this is a no-no. I'm going to save time, and by saving time, I'm going to grab another sheet, and I'm going to make another one of these. And it's close enough for government work. I'm going to take a look at what you wrote, because you've been bombing me while I've been running my mouth. What if there's a tool you could use to push the pieces? One person pulls a slider back regarding the measurement, like cutting a deck of cards, and the other one uses it to push hexagon base. I'm thinking an entry or chill war game, something you could play in a bar or teach a kid. What game are these vehicles for? So World War II is kind of my religion. So I'm real particular about what I want to play in it. And it's a game called The Face of Battle. We were coming up with our own rule set because nothing ever fit it. And back in the early 2000s, I was kind of surfing what rules were out there. And I wasn't making any headway because my local player had already moved away. And I came across this set of rules, and it was scary. It had a lot of things that I thought are crucial for me to be interested in playing World War II. So I've played 1 to 5 scale World War II stuff, command decision and stuff like that. I want to play skirmish. So a couple of things that are really critical on it is it needs to be a percentile system. I have a background of playing percentile style games. That's what I'm used to. I'm going to go ahead and knock this piece out. I'm going to eliminate it. I'm going to cut it first. Okay? And then we can make extras of these. So it needed to be percentile. It needed to be actual scale. Well, what the hell does that mean? Well, that means that a lot of games like for you to play 1 man equals 1 man. Okay, cool. But when you throw, and say the man is an inch tall, which is pretty close to the figures, an inch tall. How far can you throw a grenade? Easily 50 feet, right? You can throw a grenade at least 50 feet. So, the grenades need to go an equivalent distance. 50 feet? I don't know. A lot of these games have actual, but they condense the ground scale. So like Warhammer. Warhammer's terrible about that, right? I've never played Warhammer, but I've seen that they have this tank that's this big. The table's only 4 foot wide, and it can't shoot across the table. That's some really short range weapons. And I know that it's done for a stylized reason, but this is one that we're going to keep for something else. I probably should write the size of them on there, but I don't have that much free fucking time on my hands. I should probably write on there what it is, because it'll get used for these other vehicles. So it needed to be percentile, it needed to be individual men, it needed to be randomized turn order. There was too many games. It's like, all right, you move all your guys. Now I move all my guys. And the problem with that is that you have this little thing that ties up the game more than anything else in the world. And that's a thing called opportunity fire. And opportunity fire is, if you don't know what that is, it's, when you get to react on the other guy's turn. Like, you're watching the road. You're watching a road, and then as soon as somebody steps into the road, stop your movement. Stop your movement. Okay, move the guys back. All right, I'm going to take a shot here. And then, all right, you do that effect. All right, can I move them now? And then when you move them across the other road, oh, stop again. You know, it drags the game on a bit much. So I don't want the game to have opportunity to fire. So the only way to do that is to have really short turns. You can't have where you move these huge distances kind of thing. So we were coming up with rules for all that. But the problem is I couldn't play weekly. And I was painting stuff as I went, so it really didn't work. And I've mentioned this before, you may not have heard this, but gaming is not therapeutic for me. This is, but actually playing the game is not therapy. If I needed to play a game, I'd just fire up World of Warships or something, a video game, and I get my game out, right? I do this for social interaction, and I do this for therapy to get my creative juices out. I'm going to scoot this up a little bit. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to scoot this down a little bit. And I'm going to go here. Okay, now we got 5. So this is 8 and 5. All right? And this should work. I'm going to go ahead and let's just make sure we've got 55 across the bottom here. This is much more anal retentive than I've ever done this before. 85 is... Yeah, it slipped a wee bit. Okay, let's make sure we got 85 here. That one's spot on. Okay. So we'll go from that line. The permanent marker actually doesn't work well on this. As soon as you put it down, your permanent marker normally dries immediately. Not on this. It stays wet for a little bit. You got a mess on your hands. So when you have those parameters, there's not a lot of rules out there because people want to finish a game in the afternoon. Well, I don't want to compromise the narrative. I don't want the narrative to be dumbed down just to finish the game. I'm not sure exactly what's going on here, but the size doesn't need to be that anal retentive. It's just I would want it for consistency purposes. There's nothing that I dislike more in a game that is, something like this. That has phases that are controllable. Hero clicks. We played that for a little bit. It's not a bad game. But the worst part about the game is it's really predictable who's going to go next. And you have a lot of say in it. And I think that I like the chaos. I don't like the chaos in my personal life, but I like it in the game. So that's this size. Okay, so we should be able to go. I'm just gonna do this. So it's not everybody's cup of tea. I don't care. I'm not playing the game for other people. You're never going to find anybody to play the game like that. Okay, I won't find anybody to play the game that way. But I compromised on the detail that I wanted for 18 years in the last game that I played, and I'm just not going to do it anymore. I don't care. Oh, nobody plays 20 millimeter. You should play 15. I like 20 millimeter. I don't try to convince you to not play 15. Mind your own business. So as I've gotten older, when people get in my shit, I don't care about being nasty to them. Fuck them. I don't get in other people's stuff. So, I'm the one that's hard to please, you know. So I'm just real particular when it comes to this. And I don't care that I'm not going to get something done in an afternoon. You know, leave it somewhere to leave set up. So there's a couple things you could do to make the game move a lot faster. First of all, know what the hell you're doing. If you're running the game, make sure you know what you're doing before you get a lot of people involved. And the next thing they know, they think, oh, well, this game sucks. Well, the game doesn't suck. The problem is I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I got to keep looking things up. So we can't have that. I got to know how to play the game before I have other people in it. And wow, this is way the fuck off. What happened here? That one's right. Measure twice, cut once. That one's in the wrong place. That's why. And then this one. I like using millimeters because then you don't have to worry about half, quarter inches, and stupidity like that. Okay, I think this is close enough. Let's put that away. We shan't need that again. This is the remainder. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. All right. So a lot of games will have, there's this game that a friend of mine loves a lot. It's a D20 system, which is, you know, poor man's percentile, right? It's percentile by factors of 5. It's not bad. I think things need to be, there's some things that are more rare than a 1 in 20 chance. But the figures, he plays with 28 millimeter this big. But the grenades only go this far away. So, you know, you got guys that can only throw a grenade like, you know, 10 feet. And it just, it screws with the game scale. It's just not for me. You know, and I don't like okay, you move a figure, I move a figure. Well, I shouldn't get to pick which figure I get to move. There's uncontrollables within the slow motion of the game that I don't want to be able to pick the figure that I want. I want to be, it's, okay, you got to move so-and-so. Well, I don't want to move him next. Well, it's his microsecond to act right now. So it makes the game really easy to understand. It's like, okay, it's this turn. Well, what can he do? Well, what do you think a person can do? They can shoot, they can reload a weapon, they can move a certain distance, they can engage in close combat. It's all things that are, you know, really easy to understand, not abstract at all. And then when he's done, the next person pulls a chip. And you go that way until you've gone through everyone, assuming they're alive. You could pull up a dead guy. Oh, he got killed somewhere between the time his turn came up. He doesn't get to act. That's just, so's the, see, you could use this for like a motorcycle or something like that. Oh, that doesn't go there. So it's not everybody's cup of tea. I get it. But I've played those other games that are, you know, vague before, and it doesn't wet my whistle. And they're fine for games, but is Warhammer too much dice? No. What if everybody did their moves and then damage was assigned based on the positioning at the end? One of the worst things you can do in a game, other than the game just outright being bad, is when you're playing a game and you're just apathetic. What do you mean by that? What I mean by that is I'm going to go ahead and do my moves. And I know my opponent has a lot of stuff to do, or maybe it's a fire phase. I'm going to go grab a coffee. And then the next thing you know, you're removed from the game and you have to come back. And then, all right, what happened? You know, if somebody is not sitting on the edge of their seat, like, I better not leave because my turn could come up next, it doesn't work on that type of a level. DBA is great because, from that standpoint, because your turn isn't that long and it's right here. That's one of the great things that a game like that has. But it's a different type of a game. But if you play something like, say, Axis and Allies. Axis and Allies, I think, is a good game as a 2-player game. I don't think it's good as a 7-player game or however many maximum players. Because if you're playing Russia and the Japanese turn is coming, as a general rule, you don't give a fuck what's happening. So you go and leave the game and, use the bathroom, use the potty, talk to the, other people that are in the room kind of thing. It just creates apathy. And that's the worst thing about a game. People waiting around without anything to do. So, the other thing that's bad in a game is when it takes a long time to figure out your chance to hit on something, and then it doesn't hit. Because, like, for instance, if I have this naval game that is available free online. I played a really detailed naval game for a long time. But there's this free one that's online, freewargames.com or something like that. And it's called Fire on the Water. And the guy who created the game didn't finish it. There's a lot of stuff in there, but it's unfinished from the standpoint of like ship data for different ships. I'm like, all right, well, I can do that because that's the fun part. Okay, I've got the books to do the research on the ships, to do the ship data card. I can do that kind of stuff, right? And that's the kind of stuff I enjoy. I don't enjoy figuring out rule mechanics without ever having played the game. I mean, after you played the game, yeah, I got a pretty good idea, but beforehand, it's just not my interest level. But like looking up different cruisers and what armor they should have and guns and that kind of stuff interests me. So anyways, one thing that's kind of unique about his game is he uses different dice for different things. First you roll a d10 for this, and then you roll, if you hit, you roll a d12 for this, and then you roll 2d6. The 2d6 tells you where the hit location is on it. And then you roll another die, and it tells you if there's flooding there, or if a fire starts. Sounds complicated, but the games I like are multifaceted, but not complicated, because they make sense. Like, okay, when you're playing a naval game, what's the very first thing you need to figure out, assuming you've spotted the target? Do you hit? And then if you hit, where do you hit? And then where do you hit? What does it penetrate? And is there, is it a penetrated damage? Does it start a fire? Is there a critical? That stuff's really easy to understand, and it's in that flow chart. Okay? So what I did is I took this, and I have this somewhere. It dawned on me that if I can put all these die rolls in a container so that you roll them all at once, you could speed the game up tremendously. So I took this little Plano box, which wasn't very big. They had little compartments, like fishing lures, right? But it was clear. And I put them all in there left to right. And what you do is you shake this thing, you put it down, and then the first one, and they're different color dice of different sizes. So like the first one is to see if the shot lands nearby. So if you look at that number and it's a really high number, don't even look at any of the other numbers. Move on to the next ship. So it was really easy to look at it and you're far away, and you've got to roll like 1, 2, 3, or 4. It's a 6, boom, 6. Don't look at any of the dice, next ship. And it sped the time a lot of shots that didn't matter. Once you land a hit on something or once you penetrate a vehicle, the effects that happen there are interesting to are interesting to see happen, even if they're happening to you. But just a missed salvo, you're just wasting time on things that aren't of interest. Think of it as that movie, that Russian movie called T-34. That movie T-34 is basically a normal speed until a hit lands. And then when a hit lands, everything's in slow motion. And I really like that. I like that concept. I think it makes sense. I think there's a video game that's like that called Sniper. I've never played it, but it's one of those that when you get a penetrating hit, it actually shows a little bullet and it goes through, like, whether you hit the liver or something like that. I've seen videos of it, but I've never played the game. But I think that's a good concept that works. It works for me anyways. So you just sitting around and spending a lot of time, playing a game and then nothing really happens is frustrating. I grew up playing a range estimating naval game, and you spend all day freaking trying to guess what the range is. And if you guess what the range is, then you still have to roll to see if you get close by. And then, you could do all this extra work and then miss the roll like anybody could. And you're just frustrated and you're burned out. So, that's pretty freaking consistent. That's pretty freaking consistent. So, what if you threw 5 cards from a common deck of command and control cards, place them down in an order, then you take turns revealing your cards and moving your troops, then damage assigned? Yeah, that would work. Yeah, that would work. Some people, it just depends on the people you're playing with. Some people want, okay, let me give you an example. There's a guy that we play with that most of the games that I played is one person versus one person. When you get multiple people on a side, I don't like to come up with a detailed plan, but I do like to coordinate as you go. Doesn't have to be for a long period of time. This other person I play with doesn't like that. He wants to do whatever he wants to do. I like to talk about it, not necessarily get into an argument about it, because somebody might have a point that I'm not considering. So it's kind of like having a conversation with somebody. I like that. I like that aspect of socializing. And if you watched any of my DBA games, especially the later ones, I talk about what my options are. I don't care that my opponent's listening to them. I think it's fun percolating all that stuff in your head, self-coaching. Other people don't like that. I do. So it just depends on, and I also like things that I can't control. Other people want a game they can control. All right, in 3 turns from now, I'm going to go over there and I'll be able to move 6 inches. Okay, 6 inches, 3 turns, that's 18 inches. I'm going to be over. That's not me. I don't want to do that. I like to play a game where it's like, I'm in this position. How do I make my position better and make it worse for my opponent? And I think that way every turn. I don't have this master plan. I'm like, all right, we're good here. All right, we need to advance, and we need to advance before he gets to that point. So how do I do that and still maintain my, cohesion or whatever? And sometimes you can't do it. Things just go sideways. But as a general rule, that's... I'm going to move this off to the side because it's really distracting having that chaos in front of me. The hell with chaos. So it just depends on the personality types of the people you're playing with. I don't like cards because I don't think you get a good shuffle, and I hate shuffling cards. With that said, I don't mind card-driven games at all. And I like games that make you suffer, especially if both people are suffering together. So I think one thing that works really well in a game, and I did not know this until I played 18 years of DBA, is before DBA, I would always play games where there's things that the players don't know and it's hidden from them, and you need a GM to manage those things. In other words, go leave the room and I'll go talk to your opponent about what really happens. That takes up a lot of time and a lot of effort too. And I think what actually works better is a system like DBA, where everybody sees everything that's happening all of the time, constantly. But you as a player can't get your dumbass guys to listen. They don't always listen to what you want them to do. Because if you are playing a game that is awesome, like Blind Advanced Squad Leader, I'm only seeing my little piece of the pie. And it might be an awesome game, but I think it sucks because I'm just seeing a tiny little bit and I don't know the details. I don't know that this tank drove across a bridge and it broke down at the wrong time and it almost collapsed the bridge because I didn't see it from my viewpoint. So it's you're seeing a movie, but a lot of the scenes are taken away from you. And I think after playing a game like DBA, where I see as much as my opponent sees, and I just see the frustration of missed die rolls and stuff like that. I think it's a better system, and it moves a lot quicker. So, but a lot of game that's kind of I don't know if that's a new concept, but it's certainly something that I appreciate more than the old school way of how we used to do games. And that was to hide stuff from both people. Because then you've got somebody, it's like, well, this game sucks. Well, they're not even seeing half of the game. And then when you tell them, no, you missed this and you missed this other thing, you missed something else. And, they've been frustrated for 4 hours. Like, I don't care, this game still sucks. So I think having a game where everybody's seeing everything that's happening all the time, just your lemmings that you're controlling don't listen to you for whatever reason. Whether it's, you've got a, oh man, I didn't cut enough, did I? Motherfucker, because I didn't count for the 2 king tigers. Sons of bitches. See, do they fit on here? Yes, they do. My job is never done. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. I got to do one more. All right. Now, one more is not terrible. Damn it. Damn it, man. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's damn it, man. All right, which one of these 2 sides did I cut? I see measurements there. So let's make sure we cut this off of a true edge. And this will be good enough for government work on this one. I'm just going to go, I hope this one's accurate because that's how we're going to do it. I'll cut an extra one out. That's why I say, my problems with Phil Barker aren't him. I think he's a genius. I think he does a really shit job of explaining the game to people who are mortal and may not be playing his game. If you have a really good game, you need to make sure you explain the game well, that everybody understands and is playing your game correctly. Otherwise, they may think your game sucks, but you're not playing it correctly. You're not playing it the way that the author intended. Good morning. If you have based infantry, you need to base your vehicles for consistency. Absolutely agree with you. The prophet Jeffrey speaketh. I agree. And it's for travel. They're magnetized. So if I had something metal, I could, you put them in a tray, I moved and nothing got damaged. Really. So. I didn't get some of that. I did get that article, Jeffrey, that you recommended me. You recommended to me that War Games issue, and I was going to get some of that coconut waddling, whatever the hell it's called, but I'm not there yet. I'm going to do some, but I'm not going to make it permanent on the vehicle, if that makes any sense. Coconut waddling, you know what I'm talking about. And I like the ability to buy digital copies of a magazine. I don't have to worry about it getting destroyed by me flipping the pages. Sorry, anal here, And then I can just print whatever pages of the article. I'm probably going to make a binder of the stuff that I care about and print that stuff out. Since I've got all these clear sheets now that I don't need, because I've emptied I basically said F you to, not F you, that makes it sound like, I hate the game or something, but I basically said goodbye to DBA 3.0 for sure, because I took my copy that I had made a photocopy of to teach other people the game, and I pulled it out of the clear sheets and kept the sheets, threw away the photocopies. I mean, I still have the 3.0 rules. I don't know why, but, I've done all I can do with that, and I can't make it better. And I'm really looking forward to going to this show and having no responsibilities. Like, I don't have to run anything. And, which I didn't mind doing, but it's exactly the same as what I said is, I don't mind making a video that I want to do. But if I make a video like, hey, Tony, you should do a video about painting tracks on a tank. All right. So I'll do this video, all this effort to do tracks on a tank, and nobody watches it. I'm pissed off because it's not what I wanted to do, I wanted to do something else. And I went ahead and took the hit for the good of whatever. So I have expectations. If I'm not going to do exactly what I want to do, then I have expectations. I'd rather not have any expectations. I do a lot of cruising, or used to, back when, pre-COVID, before things were shitty everywhere. And I have no expectations when I go on a cruise, so everything goes well. As soon as I have expectations, I don't do well with expectations, because then I have expectations. Okay, here's the ones for the 2 Royal Tigers. Whenever those pieces of shit get finished. They're coming up soon. Probably going to hand paint the camo on them. I'm probably going to do one of them ambush and one of them a similar style without the ambush, which I actually like the ambush camo, but I don't want them both to look the same. But that's really what it is. I don't mind doing stuff for other people, but then it's like somebody asking you, hey, you should throw this party on such and such a day. All right, I'll go ahead and throw this party. And then when it's time for the party, the person that suggested it isn't there. It's like, fuck you, The only thing I might be helpful with the channel is if someone, be it you or us viewers, keeps a note of when you explain something in depth during a stream and then add it to the description. Yeah, and then the timestamp. It's just a pain doing the video. It is. I don't. It's just me. And if I make, and I don't mind editing the video because I have an editor on my phone. That, oh shit. Yeah, I have to film the thing on my phone because editing on the phone is like, that editor makes sense. Like, okay, move this here, put this, move the music or whatever. But it's time that I'm not doing this, and it's therapeutic. You saw my comment there on the hand sanitizer I did yesterday. I brought up to the model meeting, and they were like, within a second, they were like, oh, you could just use isopropyl alcohol. And I'm like, really? I made this fucking discovery. I'm sure somebody else discovered that you can use hand sanitizer to clean brushes, but I didn't know about it, okay? So as far as I'm concerned, I fucking discovered it. I'm Columbus. Well, people are already there. Well, nobody fucking knew about it, okay? You don't discover the new world. There was people already living there. Well, they didn't fucking tell anybody else about it, so, They crossed the land bridge. The land bridge closed up, and they're like, yeah, fuck those guys in Asia, Oh, but I brought it up to the people in the model meeting. Oh, you just isopropyl alcohol. I'm like, man, really? This whole time? I said, well, that's a lot easier than using the other thing. So I did a test with isopropyl alcohol. It's like I put things in water. It's like, it didn't work. And it was 91. Because somebody said you can't get this stuff anymore. You can't get 91 anymore. Now it's 76 or whatever bullshit. I'm like, You know, I'm like, all right, well, this has got to work better than. Nope. Nope. The hand sanitizer is freaking. And I like that it's gel. Like, I can do it like fucking here and clean one brush up. I thought it was brilliant. I don't know. Just like I saw one guy's feed, and I can't give him credit because I don't know who it is, but it wasn't my idea. And he was talking about, you know, if you want to take the panel line off of something, and if you use the front of the X-Acto knife, you end up, if it's something round, you end up putting you mess it up because you put a straight thing. So just use the back of the X-Acto knife. I'm like, the back of the X-Acto knife is always as sharp as it always is, you know, which is, you know, half dull. I'm like, that's brilliant. But that wasn't my idea, you know. I got it from somebody else. I don't know who it is. I give them credit, but I did comment, oh, that's awesome on the video. But I guess I'd go through my comments. But that was many, many years ago. Like when you went to the German vehicle numbering system, there's people that have already done a better job than that, but adding into the comments after the stream makes you find a fact referred to. Yeah. Yeah, and I get shit wrong. I'm sorry. I don't want to get stuff wrong, but, you know, I'm human, and, you know, I don't do researching of German numbering system for a living. I wish I did. But if I could find that job, it probably wouldn't pay very well. I'd have to live out of a box or something. But, you know, like the thing is, I would love to, and it pisses me off that there's not the kind of detail in pictures in other nations. You know, I mean, the German stuff's cool and all that, but, you know, they do have to fight somebody. And you can't just make one side cool because then nobody wants to play the other side, right? But go through and look at a bunch of Panzer pictures of like, okay, this is the second Panzer Division, and all right, and it's got this numbering system. And during this period, it looks like they use the open-ended white numberings that were hollow, you know, and just go through and see if there's a, you know, a modeling aspect to it, you know. Did see it, and yeah, try isopropyl for the hand sanitizer, yeah. I don't care who comes up with the idea. They could even be a communist, you know. I still won't like them because they're a communist, but they'll still have a good idea. Or whatever other kind of ist you do not like. Yeah, there's lots of people who've done the German numbering system. There's a guy that has really good videos. But I listen to him and he drones on and on and on and on. I'm like, I just can't listen to this guy, man. He's got negative charisma. He might be brilliant, but he's got negative charisma. Hey, I might not have a high charisma, but I get a lot more excited about subjects than that guy does. You know? That's funny. I go to this meeting now monthly, and I'm like, you know, I enjoy it. You know, it's like typical wargaming. Everybody's about 10 years older than I am, or so, or more. But man, the energy level in there is really low, and I like to get excited about shit. There's stuff that I like to get excited about. You know, I went. Somebody had made a model of a plane I never even heard of, and I ran home and I read about it, and, you know, I'm trying to go to sleep, but I'm reading all about this C-46 I didn't know anything about. And I get excited about learning, man. What could I say? Keeps your brain fresh. That's why I hate television. That, and you spend way too much time looking for something to watch. Like, I got half an hour. Let me look for something to watch. 27 minutes in, you find something. Great, now I only got 3 minutes. If this opening was just a tiny little bit bigger, I wouldn't have to bump it, but it gets kind of caught in there. But that's the problem with making videos is you make a video and you find the music. I mean, you can spend a whole day looking for the right music. And then you have these expectations of how many views you're going to get, and you don't get them, and you're like, damn, I should have worked on my Panthers instead. It's all about that. I don't mind sharing anything that I've accumulated. I actually get it. It's like, if I don't do that, it's going to die with me. There's nobody in this house that gives a shit about what I got to say about this stuff. But, you know, and I don't really want to keep information from folks. That's how the Dark Ages happened. And hopefully you guys know that I get excited about learning new shit. And, you know, maybe you guys get to read about new stuff. Well, I don't have an opportunity to talk about anybody to this stuff. I mean, you know, I could play games all day long with Mitch, but if I'm telling him about some model that I found that I made a modification that this thing was different on it, it's like, you know, it's just not his area. Just like he can talk about Packers football all day long. I don't give a shit. I want to go to a serious wargaming place with all my miniatures being Polly Pockets and cheap dollar store army men. Just make the most scruffy army imaginable. One of the coolest pictures I have, or had, I don't think I have it anymore. I probably could find it on Facebook. That's why I like Facebook. It saves pictures for me. We went to Historicon, and it was before the pandemic. Before the self-imposed end of the world. And this guy had run this game. I've talked about it before. Well, he had 3D printed his own G.I. Joe figures and was playing a G.I. Joe game from the 1980s, 1980s G.I. Joe with painted. It looked beautiful, and it was incredible. I was walking with Mitch, and I'm like, oh my God, there's a this, and there's a that, and there's a trouble bubble. You know, things I hadn't said since I was like 14 fucking years old. And it was like the coolest thing. The game might have sucked, okay? But it was really cool. I think it'd be good to do the same thing with Transformers. Okay, if you do a game like Battletech, you have the miniatures like the size of Battletech. They don't have to move or anything. You can't use the real toys because they're prohibitively expensive. But if you had a game that was like a tabletop game that you could play like Transformers, it would be cool as shit. You know, and it would be nostalgic, you know, and it wouldn't have to be super serious like this shit that I'm doing, you know. I mean, it's got to be fun, you know, but short of that, I think that would be really, really cool. I bet somebody's got 3D print files for Transformers stuff. Bet your money. All right, I got to put my glasses on and see what the hell's going on down here. Captain Nearsighted. We need a rough piece. This is gonna make a mess. This material is really strange. It's soft, which makes this easier, but yeah, that's all you need, and that corner's done. It's almost like you're scraping a pastel. That was one of the coolest games I've ever saw because it just brought back childhood nostalgic memories. And the stuff was painted really well too. Okay, there's one. But the thing I miss the least about DBA is the competitiveness. Because I'm competitive all the fucking time anyways. It doesn't really matter. And it's the only game I've ever played that's a tournament. So I don't need another tournament game. You know, what keeps me painting things is that they turn out well. And that I like how they turned out. That's it. They don't need to do well in battle. They don't need to have they don't need to look better than anybody else's. I just need to be happy with them, which sometimes is a tall order. I remember when I brought my miniatures, some guy who couldn't come up with anything nice to say about what he saw. He's like, "Oh, your miniatures look too dark." I said, "Well, the lighting in here sucks. Like, I'm painting in like the best lighting ever, and that's what they're meant to look like. If you stick me in a freaking closet with like a 20-watt bulb, yeah, they look like shit. You know, and then we have to use your neon colored ones." But gaming in this house has incredible freaking lighting. Because not only has LED everywhere, but it has really good natural light. And those two things together is just supreme. Mitch's room in the back has got pretty good lighting also. You know? Polly Pocket Army, huh? I can't do everything. That's why I stopped doing Gaslands. And Gaslands was filled, it started to become apparent, was filled with a bunch of misexplained stuff that you were going to have to make judgment calls on it. I'm like, I don't need more of that shit in my life. And the fluff of that game sucked. I did not like the fluff of that game. The plot was stupid. But, you know, you can make the plot whatever the hell you want it to be, you know. It was a cool game. Still is. I'd still play it if somebody else ran it. I just don't want to be the one running it. Trying to keep this in the center to minimize all this. Extra stuff. So I can't run the little vacuum cleaner right now. I'll wake her up. She's probably already hearing this. What were you doing over there? Damn woman's hearing. You hear a fly fart next door before it even happened. Almost there, almost there. And then we can goop these and let them, actually, got to put the magnets on them first. That allows you to, I got to do this eventually. And I already had plenty of these pile up. Let's dump this. You know, I've thought about making other videos, you know, the stuff I encounter, like airbrushing. Airbrushing tips an idiot found or something like that, you know? I'm never going to be an airbrush master, and that's okay. But I have a clue. And I've got decades of hand painting behind me. I got that shit down, so. But again, it takes time. And I just get home from work and I don't want to do anything work related, even moderately work related at all. Like nothing. Because work is just so exhausting. Is this wet dry? I'll be right back. Hold on, I got some water here. I think it is. I was going to get another piece of. We'll find out shortly. Just keep some of this dust down. Not really dust, but just stuff everywhere. No, I'm not wearing a mask. I got the vaccine. Some guy I know is asking me, "Is you coming to the con?" I said, "I'm coming to the con every time there's a game, every time there's one held, and no guilting people into wearing masks. I'm not gaming with a mask on. I'd just rather not game. You know, I obey the rules, but I also don't have to play the game if I don't feel like it. You know." I work at a job where I have to wear PPE just because, and it's unnecessary, but I have to. So I'm not volunteering to do that bullshit when I don't have to. As a matter of fact, was it last week? It was last week that I missed a couple days. As I try to paint every night. And last week I missed 3 days because I was under the weather. I think that's the first time I'd gotten sick since COVID. Even through that whole period, didn't get sick. No, all you need is people to wash their fucking hands. A lot of people weren't washing their hands. And I just had a little sinus thing. I wouldn't call it sick, but I didn't want to listen to myself talk with it. And yeah, I don't want to listen to that shit, you know. All right. All right, I'm gonna go get something to drink, and I'll be right back, and we'll cut some magnets for this. And the magnets cutting is not precise at all. Don't need it to be. There's no reason to make everything an emergency. I am going to go ahead and pull this stuff out. Use a bunch of these remainders. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I will be right back. All right, let's see what we got here. This almost looks like it belongs on a D. What the hell am I going to do with all those DBA stands? And I bought 2 armies. There's 2 armies that I bought at Historicon just before I left DBA. I may pay 15s at some point in the future, but I have a feeling it's going to be like a decade away. And it won't be to play DBA. It'll be something else. And that game hasn't been developed yet. So. All right, I'm good with putting this one on here and cutting a little bit off this one. So we will do that. I had somebody that asked me, I guess they just realized, oh, you're not doing DBA stuff anymore. Man, it's been a year and a fucking half. Why not? I said, I'm not making a video about why I'm not playing it. I'm not going to do it. I said I wasn't going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Unlike everybody else, I actually do what I say. Well, that's my intent anyways. I probably, but that's like something that's like, and you can't forget you said you weren't going to make a video about it, you know. There's enough liars in the world. You guys don't need another one. Liars and obfuscators. This stuff is super cheap stuff. So, but I still don't want to be wasteful if I don't have to be. Although I could make a video of why I switched to World War II. But I don't really care if other people continue playing other things. I'm not here to convert people, you know. I don't need to convert you to my favorite color, whatever color it is. Or you like blue and I don't like blue? I actually don't have a problem with blue. Do you have a problem with any colors? I don't think so. I'm not racist towards any colors. And I was just calling colors of the, you know, of the crayons. Too many people want to convert other folks, and I don't care. I just want to be left alone, you know. I don't need to convert anybody. If you like building aircraft in 1/48 scale, go right ahead. I'm not building them in 1/48. I don't like that scale. Well, why not? Maybe I don't fucking like it, you know? I don't ask, hey, why are you a deviant and don't build it in 1/72 scale? Dirty deviant. I don't say that. I had a train set when I was a kid. My dad bought it for me. It was a Lionel train set. O scale. My dad was always into trains. And I hated the fact that I always went into a damn store and never had anything for my scale. They always had HO this, HO that. And this deviant little scale called N. They had things for M. Never had anything for O. And it pissed me off. And since that day, I swore I'm not getting involved in something that there's not a lot of support for. You know, why get it? I want to build 1/24 scale planes. Enjoy the 2 models they make for it. You know, or whatever. And there may be more than 2 models of 1/24th, but whatever. You know, when I was doing World War II, there was only one company that made 1/48 scale tanks. I want to say it's Bandai or something like that, or maybe somebody else. Like, why would I get, you know, and like 90% of the tanks are German. Like, you can't have a war when it's all fucking German tanks. Like, that's just not an impractical scale if you're going to collect things. Which I guess I'm a collector because I got almost a a tank battalion, a 1-to-1 scale. I mean, of course, they're all different variety. It's a tank battalion from World of Tanks. They come from all different walks of life. They're all fighting for different ideologies, but I guess that makes me a collector. And somebody at the model meeting was saying, "Oh, I guess you're a collector." Collector to me sounds like somebody who just buys shit and just stores it away. Somebody that like builds things doesn't seem like a collector. I mean, but maybe I just had my wrong interpretation of a collector, or wasn't exactly in alignment with what he was thinking. But yeah, I was like a 10-year-old kid. I'm like, Dad, why is there nothing in my scale? I don't know, son. Maybe he just got me used to being disappointed in life. Buy you a train set that there's nothing for. And one thing I had never considered was that some of these things could not be available anymore. I mean, I left World War II for 20 years. And the next thing I know, all these companies I really liked are out of business. Because the old man who started it had probably a family that was starving and wanted to get out of, they needed to, get a real job. So they didn't want to continue on with it. When you have your own business, you either, and you can't continue doing it on anymore. Your family members either need to take it over, or they see what it has put you through and go, I don't want any part of that. The company I work for, I think that's, the owner has kids and they didn't want to take it over, so he went in a different direction, but. So let me ask you a question for you Brits. And Canadians, I guess, if there's any here. Those of you guys that have, and this is not a political question, this is a real question that I do not know the answer to. Since your insurance, or since your medical, is taken, notice I didn't say it's free, because it's not free. But since your medicine is run by the government, and let's say you're a homeless person, okay? You would have access to as much medical care as somebody who is employed. I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking this out. Then wouldn't it be easier for somebody to have a cottage industry? Like, let's say I make something hobby related that brings in like no income, but I have access to as much medical care as somebody who's, making 100,000 quid a year. Is that an accurate statement? Is that an accurate statement that I would have as much, a homeless person would have as much? And what I'm saying by that is that I noticed a lot of these one guy operations are in England. Okay, England has that medicine, the socialized medicine where, you don't have to pay anything out of pocket extra. It's all covered by taxes and stuff like that. Wouldn't that be an advantage to somebody who just wanted to, just kind of get by? Mel, the guy who does the, I think he retired or quit his job and was doing the live. That guy's got a lot of energy. He's fun to watch. He's got a lot of energy. He definitely doesn't drone by, but he was like, I'm going to quit my job and I'm just going to do hobby stuff. Well, if your medical's taken care of because of that system of government, wouldn't that be advantageous? Like, I can't do that. I gotta have, I gotta have, I can't retire until a certain age, until the medical's taken over. I can't retire now. Even if I had the money, I can't just be like, oh, I'm just not gonna work anymore. It's not like I'd be bored. I got plenty of things to do, but I'm just saying that, we can't do that here. So I'm wondering if you have that, Ben, I don't know if you're still on here, whatever. Ben, if you decide to quit your job, you still got that, you want to make models out of balsa wood or something like that, and you're only bringing in, you're only bringing the third of what your normal pay is now. Can you get by because your medical bills are taken care of? I'm just wondering if that's, if I'm going to have to go to Europe to retire so I can work. I'm just, it's a legitimate question. I don't know. I don't know these things. I went to Canada over the holidays, and it was absolutely beautiful. I don't want to live there. I don't want to live anywhere other than where I'm living. But I can't wait to go back again. But that's one of the things I was plugging people. So what's this deal with your medical system? Is it good? Is it bad? And about a split 50-50 people liked it. I can tell you that the medical system here, it has its problems. But the way to make it better is not to make people wait longer for treatment. So whatever you got to do, like if I missed, like dentist, I go to the dentist all the time. It's every 6 months, right, for the cleaning. If I miss a cleaning, I'm fucked. I got to wait like 4 months because they're backed up that much. So, the way to make the system better here is not to make people like, oh, well, we'll cover more of your costs, but you got to wait longer. Like, I'm not on board for that. My daughter had an incident when she was really little, and she fractured her arm. She was really little. She was like under 2 or whatever. And we took her to this emergency room, and she was there 5 hours, and they wouldn't see her. Well, why wouldn't they see her? People kept coming in from an accident. I don't give a flying fuck about the other people, okay? You got to see my daughter eventually, or we're going to freaking go home. You can't just sit in a, when you have insurance, you can't sit in a freaking emergency room that long. Because ultimately, the other people are not my responsibility. Who knows? Maybe they were all drunks, and they got in an accident. It's their own fault. My daughter has a fractured arm. You need to come see my daughter, The safety net does help the smaller manufacturers. Okay, that's good. Consider Keep Wargaming. Okay, I've had nothing but good dealings with that man. I've ordered from him several times, and I've said this before. You guys in the UK, as a general rule, ship better than these lazy ass people here in the United States. You guys, like, within a week, I've got it. It's like, oh, they put the order in, right, off you go. They don't putz around, and, so I've had nothing but good dealings with people in the UK. Consider Keep Wargaming. Paul Bailey suffered a stroke, but if he had to pay out the medical costs himself, the company would have just had to have a closing down scale. Yeah. If you don't have the threat of medical costs, then you have more freedom to monetize a hobby. Okay, that's good to know. You guys know your system. I don't want to go and like, oh, that system doesn't work. I'm not there. I haven't experienced it, And the media is there to divide us and make us hate each other. Clear and simple. It's to get ratings, I don't like the idea of socialized medicine, but I have not experienced it, I don't like what I have experienced is, all right, I've got this ache. I want to go to the doctor now. You have to wait. Fuck that. That doesn't work, okay? Because I rarely go to the doctor. I'm not like, oh, this is a fun experience. It's not like they're all hot nurses in there or something like that. It's like, I do not want to go to the doctor. I'm too busy at work to take time to go to the doctor. So when I need to go, it's because I really need to go. Yeah, it's just kind of interesting seeing other people's perspective, Yeah, but that's one thing that I noticed. It's like, I can't, let's say I, cashed out and I'm like, all right, I'm going to retire early. How am I going to cover my medical bills? How am I going to cover my medical bills here? Because, yeah, I think there's good points and bad points to anything, but I suspect doctors get paid a lot less there. You know, they spend a lot of time. I mean, doctors are freaking slaves here. I would not want to be one. You know, then you got to work in an environment that's like freaking PPE all the freaking time. And that's even before COVID. I'm not interested. And I knew a guy. He was a young guy. He was about my age. He may have been a couple of years younger than me. He was a doctor. He was an MD. And he was a friend of a friend. He was a gamer. He was a guy that we met. We were Xbox game together. Really low key guy. You wouldn't know he was a doctor. And I asked him one day. I said, "You know how many hours you work?" "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, I mean, like how many hours are you working?" You know, just to get kind of a concept, because these people just have a misunderstanding of a lot of things. And one of the things they have a misunderstanding is income. They're like, "Oh, this guy makes a lot of money." Well, you make a lot of money, but your money is your life. And what I mean by that is you get paid for, you spend a certain amount of time at work, and it's taking away from your life, right? That's not your life unless your work is your life. So you need to be compensated for the fact that you don't get to live that time period. So I asked him, like, you know, I didn't ask him how much he made. I'm not interested now. How many hours you work? He's like, "Well, I don't really know." I said, "Well, think about it." He's like, "Probably about 100 hours. I don't give a fuck how much you pay me. I'm not working 100 hours a week. Is there 100 hours in a week? You know? No. No, I don't give a shit. Would I do 100 hours of this a week? Yeah, I'd do that. I'd have to wear a diaper, but I like the man who does the micromark hobby list. The hobby is his job. Waiting times are bad at the moment, so good to still have the option for health insurance just in case. Okay, so you guys have an option of paying a little bit more for getting premium care. Okay, so it's kind of like when you go to Universal Studios and it costs you $100 to go to the theme park for the day. But if you get a fast pass, you can get, okay. Do you have to pay that in advance, or you're just like, if you can go see the doctor now, but it's going to cost you an extra, 100 quid. Because if it's as you go, I'm okay with that. If you have to pre-plan, yeah, it's just another hard decision. But that's an interesting thing to know, so yeah, see, I can't retire here until I'm 67. Which is a shame. So I'm going to make sure that, well, I'm not working in my 70s. I'm just flat out not going to do it. My dad worked into his 80s, so he really liked his job. I don't. Doesn't mean I'm not good at it. It would be like if I worked at a hobby and every time there was a fucking problem. Every time I ran into problems you just can't fucking solve. But that's interesting to know about cottage industries. So in England, people are more likely to be able to do what they want than here in the United States. I'm just kind of thinking, and in other places. Would you guys have me? Oh, man. Hamed, welcome, Hamed. Health insurance is free at the point of use. There are a lot of private companies involved in providing services. Yeah, I talked to several people in Canada because that was kind of one of those interesting points. Like, okay, so what is it? You tell me. I'm not going to put words in your mouth because we all get filtered information. And one guy was like, there was something wrong. He was an Uber driver. There was something wrong with his leg where he needed to go see the doctor. And the waiting time was so, like he'd twisted his ankle or something like that. Okay, it wasn't like my leg's falling off. It was like he needed to go see a doctor. And he couldn't get in so long that his other leg compensated for it. And then now he has both legs that were bad. That's what he said. And then I talked to somebody else and they said that it was good. So, I mean, obviously the medical care is good if you don't have to use it. That pretty much goes for everybody, so. You want a gemstone expert? I have some stones I think are valuable. I want to sell them. Well, I don't know who you would go to. I have health insurance. That means that should I need it, I can have treatment at a private hospital. Excellent. Yeah, I just don't know. I guess there's people out there that enjoy going to medical care because it is probably not a very big, is not a very large amount of people. I'm gonna throw something out here, and I really don't know, but I'm just suspecting this. I suspect that there is a sizable amount of elderly people who have been not taken care of really well by their own family and are lonely and need somebody to talk to, so they enjoy going to the doctor. Am I wrong? And that's kind of sad, you know. I just hate going to the MD because their times are all off. I try to get an appointment first thing in the mornings. I gotta be back at work, and their times are all off. Even when I have the first appointment available, it's 15 or 20 minutes after they've opened, and I've switched doctors a few times, and they, you know, they don't seat you. Like I got places to be, man. You know, I got places to be. I have people I need to take care of. You know, I've got unself-sufficient people that work in my employment that need my firefighting skills. I gotta get back to work. I gotta get back to work. Can you switch doctors in the UK, or are you stuck with, you know, so and so? You get assigned a certain doctor and that's who you're stuck with? I fired my doctor. The last doctor I had, she had the bedside manner of Genghis Khan. Kublai Khan. She wasn't that bad. Kublai Khan. Still. Got rid of her. Made you like you didn't want to go see her. Like, you know, I don't like going to the doctor anyways. And you give me somebody who gives you a bunch of shit every time you go there. Uh-oh, what is this? This is really interesting. There's like a layer here. And the wife is up. She opened the garage. Let me go check and see if she needs something. Older people ring into helplines for products just to chat to the agents. People ring in repeatedly and ask for the same person to get attached. It's kind of sad but harmless. Tony Red Adair. Damn it, man. You make me look things up. What is that? Don't we have a common language? Red Adair. American firefighter. What is that? American oil well firefighter, became notably a national innovator in the specialized in hazardous professional extinguishing and capping oil well blowouts. Yeah, I come back to work and there's always a blowout. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm back at work to cap a blowout. You're a more rounded individual than I am. I didn't know about that guy. I had one guy used to come in the hobby store, kind of a pricky Pricklestein of all people. And he's like, he asked some kind of a comment. He's like, oh, you don't know anything about pylon racing. You have no common knowledge. Like, only time I've ever known anything about pylon racing is there was Atari 2600 game where you had to like go in between the freaking pylons. That's it. Like, who the fuck cares about pylon racing? You know? Although, we were traveling. Where were we? We were in... Shit. We were in another town. Oh, I was in Jacksonville. I was in Jacksonville over Easter. And we went to a restaurant. And on the restaurant, they had sailing. They had sailing, and they did sit. And the cool thing about sailing was they ran it just like they do American football. And that there was like this drone view, and they had, with the blue screen or green screen, they had written things on the water, like when they were coming at it. Was, I only watched it for a moment, but I thought that was really cool. I don't know why I said that. Oh, because of pylon. Yeah, kind of the same thing in between the, you know, what's that board game that my dad had, like a sailing board game or something like that. Spinnaker or something like that. I don't know. Red-a-dare. It's French. It's a day. Okay, whatever. Yeah, so I really don't know about... I can just tell you what my experience is. And your experience could be different in different parts of the world for the same thing. For instance, you don't want to take public transportation in the United States. You don't want to. You don't want to take public transportation in a place where people on your level don't take public transportation. So like probably in Europe, it's probably fine. But here, nah, we drive everywhere we go. You know, I had to take public transportation when I was impoverished and younger. And yeah, I don't want to do that shit again. Not here anyways. These little snippets can go back. That's good enough. What was the layer on the base? It was like there was like a glue. There's this glue. I didn't know this, and I'll show it to you in a second. I did not know this about this. There is a level. You know, there's the backing, and then there's the glue that was almost like a layer of like glue. I thought it was just attached directly, but no, it's actually like a stick-on. Like you can peel some of it off. I didn't know that. So when I cut it, I cut through the magnet part, but not through the glue part. And I'd never seen that before. I'm like, what's going on here? Weird. Never know when you're going to get when your stuff comes from China. Yeah, there's a fine layer, almost like a sheet of glue on here that peeled up, and it made it look like part of this backing paper was on there, and it wasn't. Strange. Yeah, now I can't get it to act up. Figures. Okay. So we got all this stuff, so it's goop time. Gupta. All right, and let's grab our tool or tools. That keeps it from moving around as much. And we're going to goop these, and hopefully I have enough goop. If not, oh, Amazon. Why? Because it's not available in stores. I'd rather go to the store and get it, but if they're not going to carry my products, then I got to go out elsewhere. The store has the first dib. They get the first chance of providing what I want for me. If they don't, the show must go on. So, one thing I did not do, and I've probably forgotten to do this plenty of times, but I remembered, so we will do it this time. I'm going to score the top of this so that the goop has a better purchase on the stand. And I probably don't need to do this, but I thought about it. So we will. That's the thing about this hobby is it takes forever. So you have to enjoy the process. You have to enjoy the relaxation, the mental therapy that goes along with it. If you don't and you're all about the end result, then you probably need to find a different hobby because it's going to take a long fucking time to get to it. Just like I was putting a model together. It was taking forever. It was like, man, this model's already put together. It's like only a few pieces. And if you got to trim everything, fit everything, sand this down, 8 hours have gone by. I'm like, where'd my weekend go? You try to put a model together. But if you enjoy the process of the model, or at least the interaction, one of the things that helps me a lot is this, is topics of conversation. I know you guys can't talk to me directly. That's probably a good thing. Not for most of you, but I don't have to do as much damage control if somebody comes in and, wants to cause trouble. Most of my viewers get it. You're not here for that. There's lots of other places you can go and create that kind of trouble and get the desired result. Okay. Okay. It was hot as crap yesterday. So you can really tell the difference between this and the Liquitex. This feels like it's got real sand, like sandpapery aspects to this. Yeah, there's people that have done the whole German numbering thing better. One guy does a lot of those videos, and he's got some really good information. He just needs me to speak for him. I team up with him, like, you give me the info, and it's something that we're talking about, and I will present it. Because maybe people like his meter, but man, he's a turnoff. He is a turnoff. But some people might maybe like that delivery. I remember a long time ago, I'd go visit my dad, and my dad would always have some kind of history show on or whatever. And we're watching some English history of kings or something like that. And this historian got on there. Let me see if I got his name right. Let me think of what his name is. And this guy, his delivery was super wooden, and I think the programming has changed now a little bit from that, and that they show a lot of things, and then occasionally they'll blip in and they'll bring a historian and they'll talk a little bit about it. they don't have it constantly on the historian all the time. This one had it constantly on the historian. And this guy, like, man, he couldn't stand still. Like, he was in some kind of, like, he must have a condition. And my dad, who's really serious all the time, I guess that clock's not working. Did I put the battery in backwards? See? Shiny. I got this clock a long time ago. I thought it was cool. I don't think the battery's dead. No, it's in the right way. I guess it's a bit dead battery. Or, if you have corrosion. Well, we have corrosion removing tools now. I know, a little bit of rubbing alcohol, right? Okay. I wonder where I could find some of that. Oh, maybe this big thing of it right here. And my dad says, this guy acts like something crawled up his ass. I lost it. This guy's a historian named Simon Schama. And man, he is just all over the place, man. He was all over the place. And maybe that appeals to some people, you know? There we go. If it's going to work, it's going to work now, or it's not going to work. This thing worked fine at the other house. I'd listen to it, but I can't hear anything. Hearing is definitely not my best ability. Not even close. It's one of my worst abilities. I'm deaf as fuck sometimes. Deaf as fuck. Simon Schama. Yeah, he's all over the place. The guy's got a condition or something. Something crawled up that guy's ass. My dad's a university professor type guy, so having him say something like that was really out of character. But he's like sitting like he's talking and he's just, you know, he's gonna have one of them aliens come out of his stomach, you know. One of my favorite sayings at work is that just because we're a drug-free workplace doesn't mean they're a drug-free workplace. Who knows? He needed to get his meds or something. Okay. We all have strengths and weaknesses. I don't like to plan. I got to do a whole lot of planning and things go sideways, and I don't like doing it, and I have to do it at work, so I don't really want to do it when I'm not at work at all, because it just seems like it's a waste of time. As soon as I catch wind that something's busy work, I lose interest in it completely. So yeah, the turret number thing would be fun, but I couldn't do a video on that because what would happen is I'd be doing a lot of work I'd put it out there, and then somebody who did zero work would just be like, "Nah, you got that wrong," and it would piss me off, and then I have to go hunt that person down or send somebody to go do it, and I don't really have the funds for that, so I have to do a fundraiser for that, and you know. There's lots of folks on the internet that love to get into arguments about shit. I'm not one of them. I'm like, I don't like that. I'm going this way. You know, I just like, I'm not looking for conflict. Maybe they don't have enough conflict in their life. Maybe they're not capping enough oil wells. Oil well capper. I guess that's probably something I shouldn't say. I probably shouldn't say, man, I got to get out of this doctor's office and quick. Well, what you got to do? I got to go. I got to go to work and put a cap in something. You're gonna do what? No, not that kind of cap. Say what?
Hey, Tony?
Hold on 1 second. Okay, well that was interesting. We had somewhere that we are going to travel out of town for, and it just got canceled. That means you get to see more of me today. Oh. That'll work. I mean, how long have I been on here? I've just been doing really basic stuff that's like not creative. 2 hours and 20 minutes. It's just part of the it's just part of the process. It's just part of the process. You just have to accept it, you know. Some things there's no shortcuts for. The shortcut to doing this is don't put your vehicles on a base. As one of you guys commented, if you're going to put figures on a base, which you have to, you know, I don't necessarily. I think you could get away with you could put some vehicles. You could put your vehicles not on a base. However, some vehicles have to be on a base. They have to be motorcycles. If you get a model of some cantankerous vehicle that's falling apart, you know that if it gets handled by people, you know something's always going to fall off of it. It's got to be on a base. And then you do you want some of your vehicles on a base and some not? No, I don't want some on and some not. So, and one of the things that I actually didn't realize when I was starting putting them on bases is because like the first vehicles I put on a base, I really didn't do any heavy weathering, like the Panther that I just repainted into green. Its old ambush scheme was I still got a picture of it. It was originally on a base, but it wasn't weathered into the base. But the base actually allows you to put some of that weathering. It allows you to like put the vehicle in like its natural environment. So it looks a little like I don't know. You get to enjoy the. Yeah, this was just on a regular green base. This is what the Panther used to look like. The old Hasagawa Panther, and it's not too bad. I probably could have. I probably could have given it a wash. I could have given it a brown wash, and then dusted it with a base color of yellow, and pick some details out, and it probably would look fine. But it was just an opportunity to just start over. You know, it's not too bad. I think it's just a contrast and color choice issue. So, Nordic must have called in favor so he can catch a stream. Yeah, I don't know where he's doing. I don't know. Maybe he's miffed. I don't know. He's playing board games. He's always here all the time. Yeah. There's people that it's not like you have to be on a subscription service. It's not your job to sit here and watch. So he may have gotten upset with something I said. I know I mentioned Germans several times, and like I said in this, like I say on this show, all my Germans on here are Nazis, and all my Russians are communists. I don't want to. I don't want to err on the side of saying, "Oh, these Germans are cool," and these Germans. Look, we're talking about World War II Germans, and a lot of them did really bad shit. And there's actual sites where I have seen that people are singing their praises a little too fucking much, and it's kind of disgusting. It's kind of disgusting. Yes, they had cool equipment. Yes, they had cool weapons, and yes, they had cool uniforms. That's it, And yes, there was hate crimes that were done by other nations as well. But I'm just saying, I don't want to, we're not. If we're just comparing Russians and Germans, okay, there's some parity there, but I don't want to go in that direction. So, when I mean the Germans suck or the German, I don't mean you. Just like I'm not guilty of of all the genocide my conquistador ancestors did. I don't take it personal. I wouldn't have done those kind of things either. I would think. So, gotta have thick skin. Be logical, man. Be from the 1970s and stuff. You know what I'm talking about. None of it should be a surprise to you. But just like I said, these Russians are terrible. I'm not talking about Russians. There's decent people everywhere, and there's assholes everywhere. There's the game that I like that game that I play, Call to Arms. I can never remember what it's called. Hell Frozen Over, the Ostfront one, Hell on the Ostfront, whatever the hell it's called. Can never remember what the name of it. I'm gonna write that down and I'm gonna put it up here on a card because I can never remember what it's called. Call to Arms, Gates of Hell, Ostfront. There's little snippets. There's little snippets in between the loading screens, and there's quotes, and there's this one quote from Eric Hartman, and Eric Hartman's quote was something like, and I'm paraphrasing his quote that's in the game, it says something like, the U.S. can't judge the Germans for being racist because they had their segregated units as well, and I'm like, okay, you're comparing a two things that just don't even match. I mean, yes, the segregation stuff sucked, but they didn't ship anybody off in freaking one-way tickets and shit like that. So yeah, I don't want to hear it from you, you stooge. And I get it. Some people were stooges because it was either that or they got shot. I get it, but then you need to say, hey, I did this because I was going to shoot me. Not like you got to bring that up every time you mention something. That defense works for World War I, but not World War II. Sorry. It is. I came across a YouTube group that was like showing like these, here's German ace so and so and all this kind of stuff, and about his kills, and okay, cool. I mean that happened or whatever. He was in the service of his country, and then somebody's one of the true defenders of Europe. I'm like, he was defending Europe. I'm like, from what? I mean, if the commies attack, it's one thing, but they started it. They made a deal with the damn commies, and they kill their own people. Like, it doesn't make it, you're not defending anything. I'm like, I don't want to be part of a group where people like that are allowed. I don't want to. I don't want to curtail anybody's free speech, but I also don't want to be part of a group where that's like acceptable. That's just not acceptable. And it could have been a troll, but man, there's a lot of trolls then. I just need to read your history books, pal. Well, if I'm not going to travel, I should do something cool today. I should do something cool today. No, I don't mean working on the building. That's a little too much. I know what I want to do, but it's going down a rabbit hole because I already got this stuff to work on. I'm like, let's prime some Brits. Ooh. What's the color that they recommend for the British to use? The Russian uniform, I think. I think the Russian uniform is that late British. I got one firefly to fix. I got one firefly to do. I know you're growing big in your pants because I said painting a firefly. Hey, they're cool. Everybody likes firefly. You know who doesn't like fireflies? That same asshole doesn't like Spitfires. There's one dude. I'm gonna be the guy that everybody hates. I hate Spitfires. Idiot. Go away. I got a Frontline Mark IV M4A4, which is terrible looking. Tremendously terrible looking. I know. Why did I buy it? Well, way back when, in the late 90s, you bought whatever was in a store because you had to wait forever to get things mail ordered to you, and you didn't know what they looked like. All right, I'm going to take this, and we're going to put them here, and then we're going to get this out of the way. The only scenario book that I have on the Brits for Europe is all the tanks are Churchills. I don't have any Churchills. Churchills get screwed that you only get 2 of them in a Plastic Soldier Company box. Same thing with Panthers, but yet you get 3 Tigers. Like, really? Okay, let's get this the hell out of here. I'm gonna go make myself a cafe. And while that's doing, we're gonna look at some Brits. Where's my cafe cup? I'll be right back. Okay. I got a vehicle that maybe you guys can tell me what it is. I don't know exactly what it is. I haven't looked into it. I probably could figure out. Oh, and I got something cool to do too. So here is a Sherman crab by Britannia, which was a mother to put together, because you got all these little flails, on the front, little whack 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 whack. Here's the front line, M4A4. Supposedly that's what this thing is. This thing is rough as shit. This is worthy of the scrapyard, but we'll do the best we can with it. This is the Matchbox Firefly with the hatch closed. 1/76 scale. This is the Britannia. This is the Britannia Firefly that I painted way back when. I actually wanted to get the right color, so I got the Humbrol paint in a little tin and painted it with enamels and did the shading and stuff like that. And I think, look, I tried to paint the desert rat symbol on it in a 52. I could do a better job with that now. 50 caliber is kind of same thing here. And this is something I need to do. I'm going to do this soon. This is a Armorfast M4A4 for the US. It came 2 of them in a box, and by many moves, I noticed that I lost the mantlet to it. The mantlet piece is missing. So I'm like, all right, well, maybe I could cover it with something or do this or the other. It's like, nope. So I'm going to take the other M4, where are my Americans? The other M4 that I have from Armorfast, and I pulled the mantlet off of it, and we're going to cast this with blue stuff. So we're going to cast it. This is the same model, and we have a bunch of extra stuff that we bought for it, which I don't mind buying this stuff again, but I will be casting and not using the original. Extra sticks and wood things here. We're going to take this mantlet piece and we're going to cast this stuff out of blue stuff. Okay, we need another one of these. So let's get this guy out of the way. That's something I need to do. Let's move him to the front row. And hopefully I don't fuck up the finish on this thing by making another copy of it. And if I do, I'll just repaint the mantlet. Zippity doo dah. Here is the bottom of this turret. So the Armorfast, I am dying to get some of the Armorfast M10s, tank destroyers, okay? There is a really cool intro scenario for vehicles that's in War Games, Soldiers and Strategy issue 114, I believe. And it involves 2 Panthers from the Panzer Lair and a third one that happens to be tank number 215. See what I did there? And with like 5 M10 tank destroyers. Well, the only way not to spend a fortune on a bunch of M10 tank destroyers is to buy them from Armorfast. The problem with Armorfast is they don't have a lot of detail. That's fine. I like Armorfast, except that the inside of the turret of the tank destroyer has no breach, and that's a big deal. So what I've heard rumors of is that they redid the model and they added a breach on it. However, there's no way to tell whether or not the model you're buying is one of the old ones that has no breach or one of the new ones that does have one. That's kept me from getting the M10s. But what I'd like to do is there's 2 companies, one of them called Red Dog and one of them called Black Dog. Oddly enough, they both sell things on eBay. They're both from the UK, of course. Why wouldn't they be from the UK? And they both make accessory sets for the M10. And I would plan on getting one of each of those and then cast them as needed. Just sounds like a good concept. And we could make those M10s look really, really cool. Because American vehicles really do well with the whole Gypsy Caravan look. So That's what I was thinking. But I don't know how to find M10s that have. I thought about 3D printing them. I thought about buying a 3D file, and this one guy at a local hobby group was going to 3D print them. But I don't know. I start looking at that in detail, and some of the 3D printing guys with the files look kind of weird. Some of their stuff looks kind of weird. Now, there's one guy that does a lot of 3D printing models, and his stuff looks salivatingly good. His name is he's French. Actually, that seems to be the trend. Is the 3D the guys that do the really good 3D stuff tend to be French dudes, or at least do the files. But he doesn't make, this particular person doesn't make M10s. So I don't know. You guys know a surefire way of finding out if an Armor Fast M10 is one of the redone models that I understand the art is the same, so you can't go by that. Yeah, I got this a long time ago. All right, we got a blue stuff here that's, I want to use a new one because it's flat. And I even tried one of the clear ones on this, but I didn't want to run that risk. Okay, so this one, does this thing fit in? Yes. All right, so we're going to take, let's not make this bigger than we need it to be. All right, we're gonna make that. Yeah, so that's my Brits. Oh, I didn't pull out I have a universal carrier. I actually have 2 universal carriers. One of them is from MMS, I'm pretty sure, FAA or something like that. I don't know that I could find it on a short notice. I say that, but then here it is. And this is a Vickers gun, because it's got the little spot for little Vickers to go on there. I've got that thing, and then I've got one that is probably Frontline as well. It's really poor quality. These 2 things. Including a 250 half track and this little guy. So the back of this is smooth. Is this like a Wasp or something? Look at the back of that. This is what I'm used to seeing the Bren. We're missing the faceplate on there. What's this one have? What's the back of it have? Hopefully it's not a Wasp. We don't need a little flamethrower thing. We could find something a little bit more useful than that. Rough little thing. I'm pretty sure this is Frontline. This 250 actually looks better than I remember it being. Probably could salvage it and make something. Look at that big old gap in the back. You only get 2 Panthers or Churchills PSCs. There's so many variants whose parts take up sprues that could mean an extra model. Well, the Panthers don't have a bunch of extra spots. I bet the Churchills do. The Churchills have a ton of different tank models. I just don't know why the Tigers, the Tiger's just as big as a Panther. All right, let me go see how the cafe is doing. I'll be right back. And I'm gonna go ahead and boil me up some water. Boil me up some water, boy. Yeah, how much? I know this is 176. That does just fine for me. You know, it's more diminutive. Whatever. Sometimes you just have to use what you have. All right, let me go boil me up some water and I'll be right back. Oh, we have an answer. That is an early Thornycroft Bren gun carrier. It only carried the Bren gun. It was replaced by the Universal Carrier in 1940. So I only get it early in the war, huh? Any chance of using it at a different time, or should I just like trash it? I'm not gonna trash it. I'll just give it to somebody. Then nobody does my scale. Then it's gonna be, you know. All right. Go down in the Beretta cup. Hopefully this paint doesn't come off, but if it does, we'll see. I want it flat because I want to be able to push it evenly across with something. And I probably am going to get some Legos at some point. I don't need to be very many because like stuff of like this size is big enough just to kind of build some sides to it. Because I need it to be flat. Having one side flat is really handy. Can I use it in the desert? Is it useful in the desert? That's the earliest. I mean, I take it they're not available like in Italy, but come on. You bastard. Make sure we got meat around it. Now, what really surprised me about green stuff is I never really worked with it. I love trimming it up. It's rubbery. It's cool. It's really, really cool. And if I had some more coal to drop in, I would, but I don't. So. And I was trimming out these tracks. I was like, damn, this is cool, man. It bends a little bit. It doesn't crack and break. Handy. Here's some water I got here for the paintbrushes. Make sure none of it's warm. Just pull it out. All right, let's see what we got here. Looks okay. Now, have you guys bought any green stuff that's just some odd name brand stuff? Like that Needite or whatever, Need Tight or something like that. Have you bought any of that stuff? 'Cause the Army Painter stuff is really expensive. And preferably one that the two pieces aren't sitting next to each other so I don't end up trashing some of it. I don't like looking at all these tiny little specks of paint that happen even when I keep this protected. But luckily, all this comes off. I mean, unless I was going to use enamels, which I have no intent on using enamels ever. acrylics do so many cool things now, even more so than before. There were lots sent to North Africa in 39, so probably okay to use at 41, 42. Okay, awesome. Awesome. As a matter of fact, where is my 39 book? There's only one bad thing about a Bren carrier, is that it has a Bren gun in it. So I can't just like make like a little piece of sprue, because a Bren gun has a very distinct look. They're very cool looking. Unless they have the stainless barrel. They look stupid then. Sorry, in my opinion. Let's see if there's a Bren gun in any of these scenarios for North Africa 4041, and the Italian Misadventure. Cruisers, Humbers. I don't think there's very many. I think there's only one German half-track. German half-tracks weren't that common in North Africa. Like 251s, they didn't have that many of them. Okay, so like if they're talking about one mechanized infantry squad, this has a squad leader, a gunner, assistant gunner, 2 gunners with Bren LMGs. Okay, so how many guys is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 8, 9 guys in 3 universal carriers. Would this be a universal carrier that 3 guys could go in? Is that reasonable? This scenario is great. It's at night, and it's literally 1 Matilda and an infantry squad. It's a rifle squad and 1 Matilda 2 with a bunch of sleeping Italians. The Italians have 2 tankettes and 1 M11 39, a platoon HQ, and 2 rifle squads. And you got to get in and get out. Tents and stuff like that. Problem is, I don't have any 20 millimeter troops for the desert, and I don't know who the hell I would go with, because I don't really like the sculpts of any of them. Maybe AB. AB is probably the best ones, because I really like Battlefield Miniatures and what's his name sculpting, but the miniatures they have for the desert, there's something wrong with the British helmets. There's just something weird about them. They don't look right. They don't look right. I could use Airfix guys, but I hate to spend a lot of time on them, and then they just look like that. Can I have a boys AT rifle? I added one to Airfix carrier by using a pin with a round head. Boys! Yeah, I don't like North African 42. I don't want to get into long 50 millimeter guns in North Africa. You know, and that later paint schemes, and I plan on doing all my Africa Corps vehicles like this. Where's Panzer 1? Where's my Panzer 1? All my Africa Corps vehicles are going to be maybe a little bit heavier weathering, but still a gray base. You know, I don't want them to be. They need to look significantly different than the Brits. They need to look significantly different than the Brits. So. Maybe today might be a good day to find out what British vehicles ended up using the Mickey Mouse pattern. I haven't delved into that. Is that all the Brits that I have? That may be all the Brits that I have. That may be all the Brits that I have. Okay, let's go ahead and mix some green stuff and get this thing percolating. I'm a really bad judge of how much of this stuff that I need. Yeah, but I'm almost out. I feel like I need to buy some on Amazon and just try it out. And then I can do a report. Let's get a little. I should buy a little cutting mat. I've seen them really inexpensive, like $4, and then I can actually cut on that one. I'm not cutting on this $40 thing or whatever. It was expensive. Maybe it's $30, but I don't. It's actually dark gray on the back side. You can't see it, but it's dark gray on the other one. So I have one flipped one way and one the other on the other desk. Where is? Oh, just a little piece of cardboard. Just a little piece of cardboard. That's all we need. This one that we set off to the side. And some people say, cut off the center. Nah, I just mix them and I take the hard parts out. Dip it in some water. I think that's enough. No experience with other brands of green stuff. I hate how long this takes to mix. Because this is kind of an unpleasant experience, mixing this. I guess it's warmer in here. On a cold day, it takes forever. Like I'm worn out. Sometimes you just feel like using the airbrush. Yeah, this Britannia Firefly's got applique armor on the outside. You know, I got this Firefly already built. I paid $1 for it. I figured it's worth that. It'll do the job well enough. All right, not too bad today. I don't feel anything hard in here. That's why I don't want to just automatically cut the center out and then find out that it worked just fine. But we'll be using more of this in the future. This is a hidden gem that I've never experienced before. Really, I'm not going to sculpt figures or anything out of it. That's I don't need more hobbies. Just stick with this one. Let's just stick with this one. I know, I made extra of this, didn't I? That's okay. We'll make some other Panther tracks. And I'm prepared to put more Panther tracks on my Panthers. I just didn't want to sit there and cogitate about it. No, here's the hard spot. Here's the hard spot. So we'll just come in here. It always seems to be the yellow part that's the issue. That's actually a pretty decent sized one. Okay. Need this back. And I got lots of Brits, but they're all for continental Europe. Now this actually I want it thin, because the original, it's only wafer thin, so. Looks okay. We'll try a couple castings of it, and then we'll leave one in there to harden. This stuff's amazing. I'm sure it has some kind of a lifespan, like you can only use it 10 times or something like that, but it's plenty. In late to the stream. Is it almost over? Do you want it to be? Participate and it won't be over. Normally I wouldn't even be on this long, but no, I'm getting shit done, man. All right, let me pull this off. I know the original one we're gonna leave in there. Let's see depth wise. I just put this is probably the thickness of a tortilla. I think that's going to work just fine. All right, so let's reformulate the tortilla. Orale! It's pretty thin, so. All right, we're going to leave this thing sleeping there. So we can get another mantlet and we can put this other Sherman into use. Because I need more 75 millimeter Shermans. Now, yeah, I normally would have been off by this time because we had an out of town engagement to go to and it got canceled mere moments ago. So we're probably just going to stay home and enjoy the mortgage, as I like to say. Let's find a center point here. Put a little divot there so this can get a purchase on this. And drill this bitch out. Drill it out a little bit. There we go. Look at that. Nice. And just for good measure, that one might be too thin, or maybe not. We'll find out. I'm eating a tortilla right now. Like a good little Texan. Gotta love breakfast tacos. What am I doing with the green stuff? So, I'll show you this. I love this green stuff. This is new to me. It's like an adventure. I have this Sherman from Armor Fast, and they came 2 in a pack, and I got these a long time ago. And somehow I lost the mantlet of one of them. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put something on there. So I pulled this mantlet out of this Sherman that's finished, and I'm going to rebuild one for the other Sherman. Should be a pretty easy task, right? Because this one doesn't have a mantlet. I don't have a mantlet for it. I misplaced it somewhere. I mean, I got these around the first year that Armor Cast was around. So what is this? 2002? Yeah, and misplaced it. So I'll never find it unless I create another mantlet for it, and then I'll find it. But that's what we're gonna do. So that's today's green stuff task. You guys, you have any experience buying green stuff other than the name brand stuff? Like, have you used that Needite or Need-Tite or something like that? I gotta order. I'm almost out. If you look on Amazon, because stores don't actually, Gale Force 9. I went to the hobby store yesterday to see if they had some Tufts, and they didn't. But I saw they had the Gale Force 9 in 2 cylinders. They were about this long, probably about as big around as a dime, probably about this long, and they wanted $25 for it. I'm like, that's way too much. That's way too much. As a matter of fact, now that this is set a little bit, I know the mantlet doesn't come all the way out here. We're going to use the back side of this. Okay? So we're going to... let's be careful. Let's not undo everything we done. Let's undo... You know what? I'm going to leave it. I'm going to not... Let's make some spare... I was going to say, let's make some spare tracks out of this. Shit. Yeah, I know. I'm supposed to add water to it. I got hasty. Now, the worst thing that can happen is to have to make it again, but I want to reuse this stuff. Let's dip this in water. I'm not going to take it all. I'm going to just take this part. All right. Any extra there, I'll waste. Let's make sure it's where it needs to be. Hope I didn't fuck that up. If not, I'll just have to wait another 6 hours. And those are my molds. What do we got here? That's tanks for the King Tiger. That's tracks for the King Tiger. I already have those here. That's what I should do next. I got excited about the Brits, man. More King Tiger tracks. You ready for this? This is what's so fucking cool about this stuff. This is... I'm amazed that I didn't discover this shit sooner. I'm amazed. And you know, I want to buy things that are aftermarket, that are already for this hobby, and then just recast them. I don't mind giving the producer. I'm not going to give them to anybody. Like, you got to get your own, dude. You know, I can just take this and just cut this extra mold stuff out. If I want to say, hey, I may use this King Tiger track again. Okay. So we're just going to cut this stuff off. Which this is my first attempt ever using it, was when I did these tracks for the King Tiger. I never did it before. So I've learned, even during that period, gotten a little bit better at it. Okay. So there's that. And I can take this and go, you know what? We don't need this extra material here. And we don't need this extra material here. And this is stuff that can all melt back together. Okay, so we just have these 2 tiny little things. Same thing with this. This stuff, the possibilities with this stuff is amazing. I know people use milliput with it. I much prefer the green stuff because it's elastic to a degree. So you don't have to worry about it brittle, cracking, that kind of stuff. It's just... a lot friendlier. Okay, so I'm going to put all these extras. Now these little molds, fit in a much smaller area. And then all this stuff can be remelted again. Okay, we got these two little molds there. What else we got over here? Molds for tracks, cool. What else do we have over here? These the Panthers? No, that one didn't go well. Oh, here's the hatch. Here's the hatch to the top of the King Tiger. I lost one of those. So one of these actually has a fake hatch. This one. It's an aftermarket hatch on there. I'm not going to need another one of those. And this tank track didn't turn out very well, so that's going to be to mold, to melt back together. A new one. This is the Panther tracks. That's also new. That's to melt. And here's the other Panther one. All right, I've got two Panther ones. All right, I'm going to use this and make another one of these Panther ones. I've got molding tools and shit for that, which is just got a coincidence, but let's get this wet. And I could cut these on the end and reuse it. At some point I'm going to have to just not be able to recoup all of it. Okay, I'm going to get a little Ziploc bag. I'm going to use this one for these little parts. I suspect they go with the 250. And I'm going to take this one. And I put these pieces parts in it. Now, we haven't even touched the clear stuff. So I don't know. Somebody was telling me the clear stuff didn't work as well. I'm going to take their word for it because I honestly don't know. I haven't touched that stuff. The only way to tell which M10 artifacts is to look at the instructions on the back of the box, as it seems to show the breech parts. Okay, well, all the ones I have seen don't have the breech parts in them. Maybe it's time to try the green stuff. Yeah, the milliput is just brittle. It's not bad. It's not brittle, but look at these tracks that I cast. And I found this out when I was trimming these out. Look at these tracks that I cast for the Panther. Now look what I'm about to do, okay? I'm bending it on top of itself, and when I let go, it comes back into shape. That is a handy property for this thing to have. That is really handy. Because you can't do that with milliput. Now, I bought milliput, I got this stuff, and here's the reason why I got it. Because it was $3.49 reduced. I liked it as two different things. It's two different containers, but I guess at some point I'll probably use it, but I don't think I'll buy more of it. You've used Need-A-Tite in the past, mixes well, but best to only buy what you think you'll need as it doesn't last long. Okay. Well, I can't afford to buy. I can't afford to. I don't want to afford to buy this for like $15. And it's not that much. So, green stuff. And it's funny because I mentioned to somebody about this. They made a comment on one of my videos. I'm like, oh, you made molds out of blue stuff. I didn't know what blue stuff was. I didn't know what green stuff, because yeah, it mixes green. Need-A-Tite. Let's see. And I'd much rather do videos like this where I'm finding shit out too with you guys. You know, there's a lot of stuff that I know, but there's a lot of stuff I don't know. You know, and I'm like, I'm not here pretending to be like I'm some deity or whatever, where it's like, oh, you got to follow me and I'm the expert. I'm like, we're figuring shit out together, you know? And I kind of like that, you know? I like doing that in a game, like learning how to play a game and like I'm learning it with somebody. Not like I know how to play this game and I'm gonna whoop your ass. That's just not, it's not my style. It's just not my style to do things. Um, neat. I'm gonna go on here. Green stuff. Green stuff. Yeah, 1650. The Army Painter one, which is fine, but the problem with the Army Painter one is it touches itself. And where it's touching itself, it's already kind of started to cure, and it doesn't mix really well. I have two notifications. Screw that. I can't handle notifications being on there. Could be like, you don't have to go into work tomorrow. I don't want to wait. Okay, here it is. Here's this green stuff. Kneaded type blue yellow. It's $20. I can get it tomorrow. How much is it? All right, let's do. Fuck, we're gonna do everything today. You just didn't know it. I didn't know it either. Isn't coffee great? Tony's coked up on coffee. I have these little pads everywhere. I really just wanted one sheet of paper. They're in the garage. I need these those like little 3-ring binder, little small pads. That's really what I need. All right, let's do some math. All right, let's use pencils so it doesn't look like ass. Okay, this stuff that's $20. See how long I've got to order this. Order within 11 hours, 18 minutes. Okay, this stuff is $20. How much comes in it? Okay, so we have 3.52 ounces is $19.98. Okay, that doesn't seem like a whole lot. Here's Polymetric Systems Kneadetite Blue Yellow Epoxy Tape. And that's $30. And how much do you get for that? Special feature, reusable. Bullshit. If you don't tell me how much it is, I won't be getting it. Okay, this comes in tape, but it's also 3.5 ounces. And it's $10 more. This is from Polymetric Systems in Pennsylvania. And it looks like the two pieces are touching each other. Okay, so this is better than this because the two things come separate. Okay. Reaper makes one that's 1132. The pieces are touching each other, which is not my preference. And it's 0.64 ounces. Well, that can't be right. That's not enough. No, we're not buying you. Liquid green stuff, we don't care about that. Sculpting tools, already have those. Blue and green epoxy putty, only had $10.99, but only has a rating of 1.9. We'll pretend we didn't see that. Gale Force 9. Okay, here's the one that I saw in the store. It's $19.95. In the store, it was $25. What amount is this? Just so I can kind of put it into perspective. ¿No dice? The Gale Force 9 store. Right now, that Kneadetite is the winner, looks like. Oh, there's a turtle stuffed animal. We have a turtle thing going. Oh, my daughter's too old for that. So what I do now is I take a picture of it and send it to her. She gets it. Okay, looks like that first one's the winner. Unitite epoxy putty. Blue, yellow, the original green stuff. They're not touching each other. Okay. Done. That's how you do it. Yeah, because I'm going to be making all kinds of shit. This all comes from a set. This comes from a detailed set. So I wouldn't do this again. I would buy it and then I would make a mold of it. And what I really want to do is I want to say like say these sandbags. Okay, here's a good example. I want to cast like these sandbags, but I want them slightly different. Now this sandbag set actually came with 4 of them that are completely different. But there's some sandbag sets, for instance, for the M10 that aren't different. It gives you like one sandbag set. So come in, cast it, and before it's completely cured, start removing some of these sandbags to make it look each of them a little different. I can just see the possibilities are freaking endless. There's absolutely endless possibilities. Yeah. I didn't know green stuff was that flexible either. It's super handy. It's super handy because it's forgiving. Like, I'm not going to pull this stuff out. We'll probably wait 4 hours or something like that before we pull it out. This comes with little boxes. SDKFZ 250. All right, so this is, we know what the plan is on this. Let's not lose the gun also. Let's not make matters worse. Let's put the cannon in there. This little guy, so this needs like a boy's anti-tank rifle or something, huh? Okay. Maybe we'll paint this one up for the desert. You know, desert stuff's always cool. Needs some trim work done to it. This thing is just piss poor. Yeah, this stuff can't be good for you. It smells like mothballs. That can't be good for you. Don't eat it. Wash your hands. Yep. I got hand sanitizer. Here's the machine gun for the Bow MG. I've had this thing a long ass time. And then some details are actually decent, like the lights. They have the assembly around them. It actually looks pretty good. It'll look fine when it's painted. Part of the problem why this looks like ass is the color it's cast in. Like it just looks, you know, like sanitarium yellow. Sanitarium beige. Okay, that barrel is cracked. So we're going to put a little bit of this. They put a little piece of wire in there to kind of hold it together. That's actually really helpful. Okay. I was reading somewhere that the Fireflies got to late in the war, they went to 50%. So half of the ones in the troop were Fireflies. They didn't get better than that. So half Fireflies, the other ones are just regular 75mm Shermans. But I only have one of them for the Brits. And this Sherman crab, this is what I have Brit-wise. And I had a Churchill. I had the Airfix Churchill, and then I lost something. Something got lost on it, like the tracks or something like that. It's a little underscale, anyways. It's a little underscale, so. All right. Let me look up something that I said I was going to look up. And is this Panther done? I just moved it off to the side here for the black line. Yeah, we did the black lining on it. So it looks better. And looks consistent with the other ones that I have. All right. So I think what I'm going to do with this Britannia Fireflies, I'm going to repaint it. I'm just going to repaint the whole thing. It doesn't look bad, but to try to fix it is just easier just to move forward with a new thing. I also did the other vehicle that I had. I had 3 old vehicles. I had the old Panther that I repainted already, this Firefly, and I had this Martyr. This is a Millicast, which I used to think were great, but man, they're brittle and they've got a lot of little holes in them, little pock marks, but we'll probably redo her somehow. It's missing a piece of track when I pulled it off the stand, but we're going to put it on a... Another reason to put a stand, you can put a goop and just put the goop in there and you don't have to worry about it. Well, she'll get repainted at some point in the future. And then here's something interesting for those of you guys that like to figure shit out. This was one of the items also that was in my was in the stuff that I inherited from the person that passed away. The inheritance box. I inherited that from someone that his family's getting rid of it. It's a Tiger 1. It looks almost 1/72nd scale, but it's very, very large. It has a radio control antenna. 49 megahertz. So it's some kind of radio control model of some type or another. It's dusty as shit, but looks like whatever paint was on it actually looked pretty good on it. Yeah, it's got like this radio control type thing. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. It's pretty freaking big. It's a lot bigger than the 76 Tiger, which is small. I think it's usable. I think it's usable. It might actually be 1/72nd scale. That Panzerführer keeps falling off. I don't know where the hell he went to now. Probably need to find that, or there's going to be a casualty. There he is. Shouldn't put him on. I shouldn't put him on the Tiger 1. He doesn't fit in there really well. I don't know what to do with this. Let me look at a 76 scale, 72nd scale Panther. It's pretty close to 1/72nd scale. I think we're going to repaint it. Now, it's got the Feifel air cleaners. I don't want to use it for North Africa. Because I don't plan on doing Tunisia. But I think I'm going to repaint this thing. I don't think it cursed they used the Feifel air cleaners. There's a scenario. I'm going to pull something out that's really old. I think I have it in here. I don't think I left it in the garage. There's a scenario that I got from this thing way back when on the miniatures page. There was this thing on the miniatures page that was advertised, and some of you old timers may know what this is. And I think I have it in here. Hopefully it's not still in the garage. Let me find it. say that I have it, and I don't have it with me. But it was this article. Maybe I will do it for Tunisia. There was this article. There's this item on the this post on the miniatures page about this thing called MagWeb, and this is in the early 2000s. And MagWeb was a place you could, for a subscription, they had all these articles at that point that were old, like from the 70s and 80s, maybe even earlier than that. Most of it was 70s, 80s, and 90s. You could go and download them from like the Courier and a Panzerfaust magazine, and you know, magazines I've never even heard of. I've heard of the Courier, obviously, but and they were old articles. And one of the old articles had a scenario that was for Tunisia. It had two groups of Germans and an American group and a British group, and they came from different edges of the board. And one of the groups has a Tiger 1, and it's like two vehicles and like a squad each force. You know, it's not something really cool, not something really big, and yeah, I thought I had. You know what? I'll be right back. I gotta get a soda out of the garage, anyways. This is an interesting article. You guys may get a kick out of this. Okay, the scenario is not in the garage, which means it's here. I came across it, so I got rid of a lot of articles that I had. I had a lot of DBA stuff that was really, really old. I got rid of that. Sorry, folks, I can't keep papers. I have a game I'm never going to play again. See if I can find this. There's a tab called War Game Scenarios, and it was really unique. I actually thought it's a shame that they didn't have more things like this. This is the file that I did for one of the scenarios I ran for Face Battle. So this is the sheet I had for the Germans. So here you got the character's name, where they are, what they're equipped with, how many grenades they have, and how many actions per turn, which everybody's 2. Their combat value, which is the number that you use to try to hit things with, and their morale value, and then leadership actions. So this is kind of the information you need on each guy. It's not really complicated, but I have one for the Americans too. I don't know where the hell it went. I have the file somewhere. Let's see if we could find this article that I think is super cool. And it looks like a legit scenario. Sometimes you'll get scenarios you'll be like, that just doesn't seem the right proportion. Like it doesn't jive with you. I needed to find this anyways. Basic Impetus, which I've never played, but bought it and printed it out. DBMM, DBA, the DMM books. Shipwreck, Sea Creek, Skirmish, Scenarios. I think I just found it. I just saw it the other day, so. Here it is. It's from a magazine called Campaign. I downloaded this and printed it in October 22nd, 2002. It was 20 fucking years ago. It doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it was that long ago. And this is MagWeb. It was, it probably doesn't exist anymore. http://magweb.com. And you could go on there and there would be all kinds of different articles from different magazines that I'd never even heard of. Kind of lives you, and this is a make-believe battle, I'm pretty sure. World War II delaying action, Situation 1. And I don't know if this is just a make-believe thing, but the Battle of Sidi Boubou by a gentleman named Don Lowry. And I can say gentleman because whenever this magazine was produced, if your name was Don Lowry, you did not identify anything as anything other than a man. You can't say that now. But here's what the map looks like. Here's what the map looks like. It's a 4x8 foot table. You've got a house here and a couple of roads that lead to it. A bombed out house and a shed. Yeah, this is make-believe names. So as you see, this town is called Sabile, and it leads to Fade Pass or Fade Pass. There's a wadi here. There's this road that leads to a town called Seboubi, and this road leads to Vaseline Pass. Sounds like a place that's always a tight fit. And this one leads to Gotcha. So that's, make-believe place. I think it's pretty old. I can talk about this thing and not worry about some kind of copyright restriction. But you have two Allied task forces and two German task forces. Task Force Rice, Combat Command A, U.S. 1st Armored Division, 2nd Corps. You were allotted the following forces. An M3 Lee medium tank, 1. A T-12 tank destroyer, which I believe is one of those American half-tracks with a 75mm gun in it. And 237 AT guns with jeeps. So you got 2 jeeps carrying 237mm guns, a tank destroyer that's based on a half-track, and a medium tank. Okay, 2 squads, each with a bazooka, BAR, and M3 APC. So that's 2 more M3 APCs. I don't think they use bazookas in Tunisia. I could be wrong, but I don't think they did. But regardless, so that's what the Americans have. The British have a Stuart and 2 Crusader 3s. And then 2 Jeeps with 30 cal machine guns with 3 men each, and a Bren carrier with a 6-pounder. Oh, there's actually 2 British forces. Because this one has a Valentine, 2 squads walking, and a 25-pounder with a quad truck. And their mission is to escape. Interesting. One of the German forces has 2 222 armored cars, a 233 with 75mm pack. First of all, the 233 had a short 75. It wasn't a pack. And the packs didn't start coming out until late 44. It was a different vehicle. And 2 motorcycles with sidecars and LMGs. 2 Panzer IV F2s and a Panzer IV F1. 50 millimeter pack with a boxer truck. Never heard of German trucks being called boxers. Maybe it's a boxy looking one, like the Mercedes. The Mercedes is definitely more boxer looking than the Opel Blitz, which is kind of roundish. I actually didn't know it was a Ford truck built under contract. I think I read that somewhere. 2 squads of Panzer Grenadiers. And the other German force has a Tiger and 2 Panzer IV Gs. Hanomag half-track, Kugelwagen 2 SMGs. It's just kind of interesting to see what kind of forces they had on here. I always thought this would be a fun little scenario. But these must be some really important houses because there's a shed and a bombed out house at a crossroads to another one that has another crossroads, and there's another house there. So, but I have if I ever plan on playing here, I plan on playing on the island. The island is 40 inches wide, 40 inches or 42 inches wide by 90 inches deep. That's plenty big, I think, for something small. But I had that scenario a long time. I was like, man, I wish I could do that. You like Vaseline Pass. All right. I'm not pulling this stuff out yet. I think it's, well, you know what? We can test it on the tracks. Well, this came out pretty good. I'm going to leave this thing probably all day before I pull it out. It needs to be pretty robust. Now, we've had this 250 for a long ass time. I'll tell you what, let's not go down a slippery slope. I'm still not done cutting out. I'm not ready to cut out yet. Especially if you guys are going to be here with me. So this is a Bren gun carrier, right? Oh no, we're going to use this guy for the desert then. It's not very good looking, but it'll work. It'll paint up just fine. Shitty looking things sometimes look good. Two King Tigers. Now, look at the paint scheme on them. They're going to get washed over that, but that's some of the colors they told you to use as a highlighting. If I didn't do a dark wash over them, I would be sorely disappointed. I'm working on this -1 Godzilla. I only get stuff done when I'm watching. I know exactly the feeling. I only get stuff done when I'm filming. Sounds like a team effort then. I can't stop the... Wow, that could have been bad. Okay. We're gonna need to go to Pussyfoot's Paradise then, because I'm out of the wash. What's Pussyfoot's Paradise? It's the game store where everybody's a candy ass. You go in there and like, where are these people in the real world? And I'm not Billy Badass or anything. So if I go somewhere and I feel like a badass, there's some serious nerd burglars there. If I go somewhere and I feel all buff and shit, man, you got some serious people that need to. You guys need to lay off on the estrogen, man. Let's look at some King Tiger pictures. Do I have anything that could possibly have any kind of motivational pictures before I go to the internet? Any motivational King Tiger stuff. I just don't have a lot of late war shit at all. I got this book that I got recently that's Armor Battles of the Eastern Front. Let's see if there's something in there. It's a Concord book, which means if it's got illustrations, they're usually pretty good. I'll pull out Panzer Colors 3. That one has the independent Tiger units. That's it. I don't have a Squadron Signal book on it. I got National Panther. I got 2 copies of the Panther one. U.S. tank destroyers. I got this. I bought this from a friend of mine. He was selling them. Yeah, man, I gotta give me some M10s. I'll have to look at those instructions, Jeffrey. See if I can find some M10s. I'd like to have about a dozen of them, or half dozen of them. Not a dozen. Jesus, easy. Let's look at Panzer Colors 3 first. I don't care about black and white pictures. They're not going to get me where I need to be. All right. SS Panzer Battalion 501 in France, 1944. Well, it had Zimmerit. I didn't know there was any Henschels, and I didn't know there was any production turreted Tiger 1s, King Tigers in Normandy. I did not know that. I thought they would all have had the Porsche pre-production turret. Here is a 2nd SS Panzergrenadier Das Reich Tiger 1. Look at this. So they decided to put a little symbol. And what is the little symbol? The devil. Okay, so it's not bad enough that you're in a fucking SS unit, but you're using a demon as something you're proud of putting on your tank. You know, you're definitely playing for the wrong team, guys. You're definitely playing for the wrong team when you have all those things on there. We'll put skulls on our helmets and we'll have the devil on our tank. Yeah, I'm not a superstitious person, but yeah, that's not good. And I've gotten to the point where I'm not scared of hand painting turret numerals. I've been emboldened by it. Now this one looks really cool, but it's got Zimmerit. That one looks really, really cool up there. So we're looking for a late war one, because this is the light war Dunkelgelb. I don't know that I'm going to find any on here. When I was doing 1/35th scale stuff, I didn't know that a lighter Dunkelgelb even existed late in the war. Maybe that's new information that got out. So, nothing with that. Concord has some really nice color plates in the center of their books. And the black and white photos are all cool and all that, but come on, give me King Tiger. No? Okay. Cool. The internet it is. Marco Mavro, top of the morning to you. Another Texas person. The Texans are taking it out. Hoffman's in Texas. Marco's in Texas. All right, here we go. What size boots you guys wear? How do you know you wear boots? Well, you're in Texas. I know Marco wears boots. You're a bit of a rancher, aren't you, Marco? If I remember correctly. You got a rancher. Do ranchy type stuff. I like wearing boots, but not those kind of boots. No, and they're not hobnail boots either. I got a pair of snow boots I freaking love. I'd wear them every day if they were a little bit not as expensive. Like, I'm not wearing $200 pair of boots and then take them to the dirt farm I work at. It would get trashed in no time. But they're comfortable as freaking hell. Yeah, both you guys are decent folks. Well, at least on the internet you are. You may be assholes in person. Like me, I'm decent on the internet. I'm an asshole in person. We go, King. No, let's cut the crap and just go straight to scale mates. You guys know all about scale mates, right? Scale mates is freaking incredible. Scale mates is incredible. So it is a site where you can search for models of different things. So you just type in King Tiger, and scale doesn't matter because I want to look at the instructions. Okay, and lots of things have instructions on there. I want whole kits. I don't want necessarily decal sets. So sometimes there's things that take you in different directions. I don't know why there's Panther stuff on here as well. I want King Tigers. Here we go. So here is the King Tiger from Tamiya in 1/16 scale, and you can click on that, and you could download the instructions. And sometimes the instructions are in full color. All this is free. All this is from the generosity of people that contributed to it. Yeah, the first Tamiya kit, I was surprised that there was all these friendly little German guys inside the instructions. You know, Tamiya is still, in my opinion, the gold standard. Okay, we have two vehicles here. This is a Porsche turret or a pre-production turret. Was this a pre-production model? Oops. Sorry about. Well, that's interesting because the kit doesn't show it. Sometimes they double up and they say, well, we don't have the instructions for that, but here's the closest we can get. Let's try this one. Let's see if we get instructions for. Oh, this is useful. A masking set. Okay, I think we hit the jackpot here. This is a masking set for a company called Montex. And here's some examples of some camouflage vehicles. And a lot of these don't have Zimmerit. King Tiger, second company, 501st SS. Ugh, freaking SS assholes. March 45. Oh, by the way, you guys get a good look on how I did this. The Packwagen with the hand painted camo, because I'm planning on hand painting this. Turned out pretty good. Doing the hard edge, because almost all of these are hard edge, which means they're hand painted. I'm going to save this. Make this as big as I can. And I'm going to take a screenshot of it. And I'm going to keep looking. And if not, we're going to paint one of these based on one of these vehicles. And we'll put whatever freaking decals we want on it. But here's one from Trumpeter. I was really impressed with the quality of the Trumpeter kits. Look at this. They give you full freaking color things. Look at this. Okay, this is a Porsche. Okay, here's a painting guide. That's definitely hand painted. I bet if I did that, it would look like ass, though. Sometimes you look at it, I'm like, that just wouldn't look very good. Okay, I like this one with the blue numbers. I don't have any blue numbers. But if I had white numbers, I could paint blue in the center. This one's in white. Okay, we downloaded this, so this is useful. Okay, do we have these colors here? Or are they out there? Is this chocolate brown? Yes. Where's olive green? There it is. All right. I don't believe this is olive green. I bet this is the rosetta. All right. Now, the only thing I don't like about painting it this way is when you hand paint this, it looks like shit. It looks like it's going to be it's going to look like crap. Do I want to hand paint this or do I want to airbrush it? Because man, this motherfucker looked great. This is like, and I don't love this vehicle. It's not a very useful vehicle, but man, I'm really happy with how this bastard turned out. Really happy how this bastard turned out. You know what? We're gonna try this. Lots of space, West Texas, and some nice little pack my taste. How's the internet out here? Only concern work remote. I'm looking to worry about internet speeds. Couldn't give you a number, but operates same in San Antonio for my purposes. I'm in the country, outside of town. All right, 7 of you guys. All right, so listen up. We're gonna take this. Show out to the garage. We're gonna go ahead and airbrush these two tigers, okay? Because I just think it's gonna look better, and it's your opportunity to see me fuck things up with an airbrush, because invariably that's gonna happen. I'm not an airbrush pro, but maybe I'll show you guys something that you shouldn't do. And I've never done this before. I've never like paused it and took the over there reconnected. So it's an opportunity to do that. We're going to take a little bit of a break. It's probably going to take me about 10 minutes. So about 10:30 Eastern Standard Time, we'll be back on. I'm not going to cut the feed off. I'm not going to start another feed. We're just going to roll into it and see if that's even something we can do. We're going to take these two king tigers out there and make shit happen. And these things are a horrible kit. These are the ones I did an unboxing. This model said literally do not buy these things. And we've added extra green stuff, little tracks this side of them, and I think that they're going to look stellar. We even have a Panzerführer to put here on the top of it. This guy. We're going to call him Kessler. And I'm going to go ahead and take these two out there as well. We're going to prime the extra stuff for the Panthers. We're probably going to take one of the Command Panther and probably put shirts in on it as well. That's what we're going to do as our short-term goal. If I need to pull the black out as well, then I might as well take some other things that are going to need to be primed black and knock them out. I mean, there's no point firing up the airbrush and doing a minimum amount of things. What else do we have? I think that's good enough for now. People get excited about king tigers. I don't know. They're just, I got them just because I had to use my credit from Noble Knight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten them. So these two colors are here. The other airbrush colors are out. I'm going to go ahead and pull all these AK paints, which if you don't know about AK paints, they're awesome for airbrushing. Hand painting, not so much, you know, but yeah, so we're going to go ahead and put this on pause, take this whole popsicle stand outside there and pick up where we left off. See you guys in a few. And if it doesn't work, I'll cut this feed off and start another one. But I think I should be able to pull this off and come up with a good skill along the way of being able to do that. Be right back in a few, folks. We're going to be right back.
right, let's see if we did the transfer correctly. We're now back in the garage. And I never disconnected the computer. I did unplug it. So I told my wife, I said, this is why you keep the laptop plugged in at all times. You never know where you're going to need to do a transfer. So I will go and get the tank stuff now. We've got a light to fire this up. And I like to pull this all the way forward. And there's not enough light in here because I don't have the overhead light in the garage, so we will go make that happen. And I will be right back grabbing the items that we're going to airbrush. Excellent. Why did I turn the freaking light off? Because I have a habit of doing that. There we go. We need it. Let there be light. Okay. Excellent, folks. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so we got our tray of stuff to do here. I'm going to have to change the title of this one. Because there's some airbrush nests going on. Okay. So we got our airbrush that all we did was prime the two Panthers. Not prime, we sealed them with the Vallejo Premium Color Airbrush Acrylic Matte Varnish. And it was acting weird. It was like it was like spittling a little bit, but it worked fine. I just think because that stuff is so thick, even though I was running about 50 psi. So the first things first, I'm going to go ahead and hook up the airbrush cord and get the little tank going on the airbrush. And I'm actually surprised how loud it isn't. It sounds like it would be deafeningly loud, and it's not that bad. Now, one thing I wouldn't mind having over on this side is an extension cord, so I could power my fan on. Can this cord reach the corner over here? Where's the plug? Ooh, I think it can. Just to get some air circulation in here. It's not. I have the world's coolest garage, temperature-wise. I've never been in another garage that's this cool. Which is good because, I'm always worried about. So this is on high. Let's start with low and see if that's enough. Okay. Somebody was commenting on one of the groups was talking about, oh, we got an airbrush. Oh, just buy one without a tank. I'm like, yeah, one will work without a tank, but you don't want to listen to this noise all the time. That's annoying. That's annoying, even if you don't have an audience. See, it'll shut off. And we're running about 40. Let's go up to about 50 because we're going to prime first. Let's go ahead and knock all the priming stuff out first. Okay, let's get these paints out of here and onto. We're going to do the priming first, which means we're going to prime with some Brits. Or Canadians or something or another. They're all Brits to me. I'm not knocking the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is super freaking important, but if you wear British helmets, you're Brits. Does that mean the Poles are Brits? Yep. That is until they took their Sherman Fireflies and painted their favorite brand of vodka on the side of it. The Lost Stanley! Big old letters that are like, 6 foot tall or whatever. Look it up. We don't need this anymore. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take these little alligator clips. Oop, this one's... Quality control on these things isn't great. And we're going to clip these things down. Boy, this is going to be a bit of a challenge. We missed the bad time, or is it right here where I get the sun in my face? 'Cause I have a nice window, but it's going to go away in a little bit. I'll be able to deal with it. I'll be able to deal with it. It's for a good cause. Don't let me forget to look up those M10s now. Although I think I've looked at those with the instructions and they don't show them. You guys want me to do you guys want me to do a bunch of M10s. They'll be all sexy and stuff, all Gypsy Caravan looking. Remember, the thing about my game is it's actual scale. So I believe the rules don't have any loss of penetration over range, because hell, an 8-foot table is only 200 meters long. So if your farthest shot is 200 meters, that's point blank range. I mean, normally, what's normally considered point blank range? 500 meters? Something like that. Oh yeah, we got... What is causing this? Oh, that's the transom on the window. Hey, the window's nice, but hopefully it's not too disorienting for you guys. All right. This is the needle. Let's put it in through the front. That you hear is the AC of the house. And sometimes it doesn't like to go through there really well, so we'll turn it around. And I don't have my glasses on, which means I'm going to see all kinds of shit that I normally wouldn't be able to see. That's a good thing. Better QC. The Maroon Cardinal, welcome. We see light through this. That's the other nice thing about having this window behind you, is you can see light through it. You can check if it's clean. I haven't had a huge problem with that lately. I think that's gotten better. My airbrushing skills have gotten better, which doesn't mean anything because they were piss poor to begin with. But you just got to practice. And I'm almost out of Jesus juice. This mixture, so I'm going to have to... I think I have enough for today. So the first thing we're going to try, and we're going to blow this stuff through and make sure it comes out okay. Nothing, and pull back, and we get a little bit. This is great. Don't go to the store and spend $30 to one of those little cleaning things that ends up looking like shit. There's nothing worse than spending good money on something that in using it, you make it look trashed, okay? Buy you some tea. If you don't like this stuff, just throw it away, give it away. His stuff is... And just, you know, how long before I fill this thing in? Probably never. Okay? We're running 45 PSI. And one thing they don't tell you is most of these airbrushes have like a 0.35 needle, a 0.3 needle, something like that. And the primer just doesn't work through it. It just doesn't work through it. So like what I had to do, and they just flat out won't tell you that. They won't, oh, you gotta thin this stuff. This stuff is not made to be thinned, okay? This is a polyurethane type of product. And they don't flat tell you what it is that you need to use this with, but what you need is you need to replace the needle with one that has a little bit more space in there so this stuff doesn't clog it up. And once I did that, I've had no problems with it. No problems up till today. We'll see if today it keeps that thing going. All right. We're on low. Let's go up to medium. No? Why do I click it once and it goes up twice? That's weird. Okay. We'll go up to medium. Not that I'm really worried about it. And look, this is what the only problem I have with this primer is frequently when you open it, you make a mess. Unintentional. Unintentional. I don't like unintentional messes. If I plan on making a mess, okay, that's cool. Some messes could be fun, but not that. So I'm not gonna load this thing down with a bunch of paint. I'm just gonna put a few drops in here. Make sure everything's working properly. And looks good. All right, so let's grab our first candidate, which is this M4A4 from Frontline, which looks like a piece of crap. You know what? I'm going to take a picture of it first. I like to do that. I take a picture of things that don't look very good, and then when I'm done with it, I'm like, really? That's the same thing? I said, yeah, just give it some TLC. Take care of it. This unimpressive vehicle. All right? Get our alligator clip back on, clip it somewhere that, I'm going to have to hand brush paint that little spot. It's not a big deal. This primer hand brush is just fine. The problem is that it doesn't, you got to cover it several times over some surfaces that are really, smooth. Okay, so here we go. You guys got lighting that's good enough? It might actually be too bright. I don't know if I can do anything about that because it's pretty bright in here. So we're just going to go light. Actually, you know what? That's a good point. Let's blow the dust off this thing. Okay. And then we're just going to go really light. I actually like to get it from the bottom side first. That's easy to forget. And no, I don't wear a mask. I got the vaccine. And I'm brushing all the way over here. Not a whole lot of paint, and I have the wind blowing it that way. So I think we're okay. Now I can die. Now I can die from a heart attack like a real man. We are. And it still likes to clog a little bit. Now we're out. All right. We'll put this down. That thing behaves weird when it dries. It gets like a skim coat on it. In Spanish, we would call that natilla. That's when you put like cream or something in your coffee. I wouldn't know. I don't put cream in my coffee. I just drink it black. But almost kind of like when you have a French onion soup and you have the cheese melts at the top. It's kind of like that. So when this stuff starts to dry, you get that natilla on it. Another reason to use small quantities in here. Not fill the whole pot that's on the airbrush with stuff. With this primer because it just dries so strangely. There's other paints that do stuff like that as well. And this stuff is self-leveling, so I could probably pour this on there and it would probably still be okay. When you hand brush paint it, you can throw a lot of it on there and it doesn't cover up detail. It's pretty amazing stuff. I used to use Model Master Acryl Black is what I grew up with all my figures doing that, but you know, Model Master is just, I don't know if Model Master is even around anymore. I know a lot of this stuff got discontinued, but when it got bought out by Rust-Oleum, and now Model Master's paint pots suck because they're the old school glass and the crimped metal, and so if you don't get those clean, you don't get a good seal. Your paint dries up faster than it should. But I'd be perfectly using Model Master products if they still made them. I don't generally blowing air on this stuff to make sure that we're kind of even. I don't generally stop using a product unless just because there's something better. It's usually the product gets discontinued or they pull a Games Workshop and go up on price and crappy on quality. So they do it to themselves. I'm a loyal supporter of the products I use. Just don't make the quality control go out the window. You know, this is a strange model, this frontline stuff, because on one hand, it's really basic looking, all one piece resin cast. On the other hand, and you can't see it here, you'll just have to trust me, there's little hinges that are on like the hatches. There's hinges on the back side of the hatches, I guess I guess when you shut it down, you don't throw it down on yourself, and that's pictured on here. So there's some nice details. Sometimes you could tell it starts to dry, so you have to like give it a little extra oomph, and a lot more comes out, and then it kind of gets the flow going again. That happens with this primer. Really minor inconvenience, almost not even worth mentioning. Just figured I would, so if you use it and it happens to you, it happens to me too. I think we're good. Okay. So what I've done over here is, and I'll show you this, because this is, I don't want to sound like I'm frugal, because I like to spend money on things, but it's stupid to spend money on everything. Take a piece of styrofoam, what the hell are you going to use this for? Now you have a place to your tanks to dry. Turret time. Here's the turret for the M4A4, or Sherman 5, as you guys like to call them. Getting low? Yeah. Woo! Gravity was working its way. The thing was slipping out of these little teeth. Woohoo! I don't want this to hit the ground because it could shatter. The gun could shatter. Okay, so that one's drying. Let's put it up here. The only problem with the styrofoam base is this is a way shit. And since I just cut off a corner, it doesn't balance really well. So when you put the next piece in, you kind of have to keep that in mind, so you don't lose something. Okay, the Firefly. Let's go ahead and blow this thing. I think all Fireflies did not have a whole machine gun because they needed the extra space for the rounds, which were longer. I'm pretty sure the Firefly rounds are pretty darn long. Like the difference between the packed 40 round and the round that comes in the Panther. A lot more brass, takes a lot more space up. You got a few Shermans from Airfix I need to paint up. Not sure if I want to do any M4A4 conversions with a Firefly kit from Matchbox or look for resin options. I think the conversion will do. For the fun of it, even if it takes longer. Yeah, sometimes it's, especially if you're building things for the sake of, oh, you do 176 scale stuff as well? Excellent. I thought it was just me. The other person that does stuff, no, what's his name does stuff in 170. I don't care what scale other people do things in. Good for them, I just grew up with this scale as a kid, so for me it's, this be my scale. I'm not here to convert anybody. Woo! Twisty. All right, that grab point's not working. So let's grab here in the suspension so we can get a better purchase. Okay. Converting people is for people with little dicks or agendas, and I have neither one. What always fits and is never goes out of style? Freedom. Do what you want, folks. Yeah, conversions are cool. They're empowering, especially if you don't have I got to get this thing done by this weekend because I got to use it in a game. Like, I'm not going down that road. That causes stress. Hobbies shouldn't be about stress. They should be about de-stressing. Not bad for $1. For $1, I'm not letting somebody else buy it. I will do this little guy justice. Now, I didn't drill out this barrel. We'll just drill it out afterwards. I also didn't scrape off this barrel. We'll do that afterwards, too. We're already on this horse. I did put a machine gun in here, though. I think I did. This got kind of thick for some reason. Is that everything? That was everything, I think. Me and my Coke habit. Okay. I do a lot of talking, so I gotta do a lot of drinking. And no, I'm not talking about that drinking. I could actually do without that drinking. Okay, so we're done with that. Let's clean this primer shit out. All right? And sometimes this is easier said than done. We're gonna go ahead and blow the rest of this out. And I'm gonna use paper towel to clean as much of this out as I can. And we will put some of this Jesus juice, which I have to make more of. Had I never made that stuff, I would have not known about the Flow Aid. They made me buy a $10 bottle of Flow Aid. I'm like, what am I going to use this for? And then I found a use for it. Pretty clean. I'm going to go ahead and unscrew this. Take the tip out. Looks like it's going to rain today. It's good. It was bright as shit. We're going to loosen this. Another skill somebody did is always pull the needle out the front. Otherwise you get this crap all the way in the back. You don't really need to. Okay. We're going to close the lid on this stuff. And we were running, just so you know, about 50 PSI, 48, something like that. We're running really high on purpose. We don't want this stuff to jam. I had another hand sanitizer thing out here, and I guess it disappeared. And I was an idiot and didn't buy any in the store yesterday, even though it was on my list, and I didn't look at the list. I wanted to buy a whole bunch of that Purell stuff. So we will just not clean this with Purell right now. And that's the good thing about that Purell stuff or hand sanitizer is if you forget to clean something, which we all do, and you come back later, it comes off like nobody's business. So that's very forgiving. Forgiving things are great because we're all stupid humans that make mistakes. Okay? So we're going to take this needle and this plug, and we're going to put it over here. This is the one for the 0.50. We're going to take the 0.35 one out. Okay, this is the one that actually comes in the airbrush. And I actually managed to bent a needle. I always heard stories about people bending needles. Like, that's stupid. Like, you just be careful with it. Well, not if you drop it on the effing floor and then it hits right on the tip. But it's got a tiny little bend in it, and I already used it the other day. I didn't really notice much of a difference. I may go in and sand that a little bit, but I have my contacts out, and I could just barely see it. But I'm nearsighted to plus 0.6, so it's pretty minuscule. You can feel it, but it's not much. I just don't want to go in and get the hand sanitizer. I would just run a little bit of hand sanitizer over this. Boom, good as new, right? There's not much on there. There's always a little bit of residue on there. All right, so let's drop this thing down. We do not need to be... Actually, it won't work properly if it's too... Drop this to about... Start with 25. And And let's reload this airbrush, make sure it's running okay. Now we have a more precise needle. If you try doing this with that primer, it won't work. You'll get frustrated and it won't work. And I'm using AK paints, which they say you're supposed to thin, but my experience is you don't have to thin them at all. You probably can to get it working a little bit better. But not that big of a deal. Actually, you know what? I am going to try something that I bought the stuff for, and I learned from somebody online. And let me go get the pipettes. I will be right back in a moment. Okay, so here's what we got. I watched a guy video. I think it was the guy that I got the Jesus Juice idea from, or some other master of airbrushing, which I will never be. That's okay. That guy can't paint faces. Hey, nobody can be a master at everything, you know? Just make sure you're good at something, because if you're not good at anything, then maybe you need to try a little harder. Okay, we're gonna mix some paint. I'm actually gonna thin them down a little bit. We're gonna try and see if that works. We've got some hot water here with some pipettes. Oh, and it helps if I put the airbrush on, the video thing on. Okay. All right, so we got some hot water with some pipettes. One of the guys was saying that he uses hot water to clean the airbrush, and it cleans it right out. So let's run some hot water through here. If this works, I'm gonna buy a little warmer. I don't need a warmer for a drink because I don't drink any warm drinks. You see me drinking coffee, that shit's ice cold. And the other thing he did is he dropped a little bit of hot water on, where did the pipette go? And toothbrush that you get from the dentist. I don't use these things because I have a specialized toothbrush, but they always give you a free one. It's not free one. It's included in your price, and you would probably pay less to go to the dentist if they just didn't give you a free one. I get it. Okay, we should be super free. Free to be. Okay, now, so what are we doing next? Let's get our phone out and start working on some of the camouflage on one of the Royal Tigers. And I kind of happen to like the way this one looks right here. So that's what we're going to use kind of for inspiration. We don't want to follow it exactly. I'm probably not going to be able to get the spray pattern that small because I'm not that kind of a wizard. But we'll use that for inspiration. We will use the generic pan tiger that's not the one with the commander open. For this one, generic king tiger. If you're in a king tiger, you're a pretty fucking elite unit. You're a pretty elite group of folks if you get to use a king tiger in battle. And you're probably going to be sent somewhere really fucking scary. Get a good enough purchase on this thing? I'm not really comfortable with that. I wish this had like a 90-degree turn and I'd hook it underneath here. Let's do this. I feel better about that. And we could just repaint a little bit. Yeah, that's good. All right, so we're gonna do green or the brown first. I think we're gonna do the brown first. Okay, and that looks like chocolate brown. What are we running on? We're running about 28 PSI. Let's try that. Let's go kind of low. Do you have a pair of scissors here? Because this guy also gave another point. Just cut these things down. Yep, just cut these things down, and then you don't waste so much paint on the side of it. Well, this guy had some good pointers. I don't remember what his name is. Barbatos Rex, I think is what his name is. Something like that. Go check him out. He's the airbrush master. I'm just an idiot here making a fool of myself. He does cars, though. I think he's a car guy. It's fine. I can appreciate that kind of stuff. Should make a model of my little vehicle, my little rice burner. He did a video on this universal thinning stuff, which is great, except that guess where it comes from? Yep, it's the UK. So, can't get it here. So, I'm going to do a no-no, and that no-no is to use AK paint, but Vallejo thinner. Because I have Vallejo thinner. I think I do. Yeah, here it is. And we're only going to thin it a little bit. I think his video said 20% or something like that. So we're only going to thin it a little bit to try to get a little bit better flow out of it. I'm going to use chocolate brown. If I need to bring it up a little bit more, I can use some of the wrought brown, mix it in with her together. We're just going to drop some chocolate brown in here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if we're going to do 20%, we'll do one of this. I know the dry drop's not exactly the same size, but at least make some attempt of some similarity. And then we're going to pour this into the cup. This is the most anal thing I've done so far with airbrushing. Okay. Whoops. Okay, now, let's see how small of a pattern we can get. Where's my picture? Okay, let's do the one that goes over the turret. Goes over the turret like in the middle. And I'm going to be spraying on my hand. I found out that's really handy. Let's make sure this is as tight as it'll go. I think it is. Okay. Just make sure we don't have a... Yeah, and it behaves really, really fast. The hardest thing about airbrushing, the absolutely hardest thing about airbrushing, did I mention the hardest thing about airbrushing? It's that you push it down, and you pull back a little bit, and no paint comes, and you move a little bit, and the distance between no paint comes out, it starts to come out, and it's too much, is so freaking small. I mean, this thing probably moves 15 millimeters. It's literally less than 1 millimeter, the difference. That's my only gripe. Maybe they make other airbrushes that improve that. That is literally my only gripe with it, is that you go from not enough paint to, as you would say in Spanish, coño me pasé. You went too far. Yeah, see? Too much. Too much. Now, luckily, I'm able to fix that stuff because I've had to. I'm going to go ahead and dab some of this off. And it'll be fine by the time I'm done with it because I end up dry brushing over it. But it's like, that's not what I wanted to do, and I was being super careful. Let me try something a little different. Let's see. Let's fuck with the pressure. Let's go up to 35, and let's see if it makes this situation better. This is total experimentation, and then we're going to drop it a little bit and see if it makes it worse, if that's an improvement. Seems like it's better. Let me also do this. Man, it's like nothing's coming out. Oh, wow. And then we're going to make an executive decision, which is not to thin it at all, which is what I've done before. Okay. This likes to move on you while you're doing it. Okay. even better. Let's move to the body. Make sure we gotta remember we need to leave space for the green. You can't just load it down with one color. It looks like we'll come in about right there. Let's do this. I find myself airbrushing, you gotta think outside the box so much. So much more than anything else. There we go. Keep that flow going that way. Loving that flow. What happened to the flow? It was going great. So far, so good. It needs to be kind of strong. The color needs to be on there kind of strong because I'm going to end up going over the whole thing, and that's really going to tone it down. So, yeah, see that spider webbing? Always an adventure. Totally fixable, by the way. Yeah, totally fixable later. You won't even be able to tell that's on. I just want to make sure it wasn't fixed. Let's do the opposite. Let's drop it all the way down to 15. Well, that's worse. Okay, cool. I never actually experimented with that. All right, where is this set at right now? Because it's jamming. 22. Okay. I'm figuring shit out as I go, man, folks. I am not an expert of this. If you learn anything from airbrushing from me, it's because I'm a dummy. And you just learn from a dummy. Let's move the turret off to the side. Okay. This is how I like it. Whatever this pressure is. Alright, I'm going to leave that just like that. Have I tried painting any buildings? I've not, but I will. I will, because I'm not using them. I'm not using spray cans anymore. The spray cans are just freaking toxic as shit. And they don't and the nozzles on them have gotten terrible. I was perfectly happy with Model Master Black and the satin finish and the gloss and the flat. You used to use them all, and they just discontinued them. You go to use Krylon, you're like, oh man, stuff is better. It's even cheaper. You can't go through the whole can. You know, won't last the whole can. Still hot water? Perfect. All right, dude. Let's see what you know. Let's see if you know what you're talking about. Pull this needle in a little bit so that I don't poke myself with it. Ever since I found your channel, I've used this Vallejo stuff you use. Which one? The sealant? I prefer the AK for airbrushing because I don't have to thin it. The Vallejo it's great. You can hand brush the AK too, but man, don't make any fucking plans. It's gonna take a long time. It's gonna take a long ass time. Don't make any. That's the thing about airbrushing. Don't make any freaking plans. I gotta get this done in a certain amount of time. Don't airbrush it. You don't know how long it's gonna take. You're gonna run all kinds of snags. You know, you're gonna run all kinds of snags. Now, let's look at this green they have on here. I may actually decide to make an executive decision. Looks like it's olive. We're going to go ahead and we'll roll with olive green. Olive green just isn't greeny enough for me. Greenish enough for me. How did you find my channel anyways? You were looking for OnlyFans content and I came up. No. I always mention OnlyFans. I really don't know what it is. I know what it is, but I've never seen it. It's not free. Why would you check out something that's not free? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 7? Okay. Now, this thing was jamming at about 22 psi. We're gonna leave this at 22 psi, and this stuff is a lot lighter than any of us would have done. Well, this color is working a hell of a lot better. And I'm overlapping it a little bit because there's some overlapping. There's some overlapping going on there. Going over the color, make sure it's on there really well. Because this is going to get a wash over it. That's going to make some of it disappear. And it's also going to be, I don't really like this one line across it in brown. It's a little too straight. So, let's obfuscate some of it. Let me put my glasses on so I can find myself. Yeah, I think I'm going to do one. Make sure this green is built up. The last bottle of your basing tutorial DVA, I wasn't struggling with basing back in 2020-ish. Yeah, I came across that. Last bottle resin sand's almost gone as well. That was some of the best basing material I've used. Oh, we bought the new Vallejo stuff? The new, it actually works better. The pumice. And the only reason I switched is because they found Liquitex like, well, this isn't a sustainable material. I'm like, you're not killing the environment by producing this kind of stuff. But fine, don't make money. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with this. I'm pretty happy with that. Just gonna need to dry, and we're gonna need to do a go over it. Now, how are we gonna make the other one different? Well, one of the things we can do to make the other one different is we add a little bit of red, we add a little bit of rot brow to that to the camouflage. I don't think I'm gonna make either one of an ambush. I've done an ambush tank before. I've done an ambush camouflage before, and it's okay. I don't have a problem doing the little dots. It's actually pretty easy. I think we're going to 3-color this one as well. I'm going to use green first on this one. I'm actually, you know what? I'm not going to change the colors. I'm going to use the same 2 colors. What do I have in here? Green? Never mind. Change my mind again. I don't know what's in here. How much is in here? Let's see. We don't have to necessarily replicate this exact same thing again. Let's change the green up. Let's make it a little bit brighter. Not crazy, but a little bit different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we're going to come in and let's use the Rosetta green. And let's do one, 2, 3, 4. And there was some already in there. So we're going to take our brush. I know you shouldn't mix in here. Well, tough. Tough titty. And I don't know if you're even going to be able to tell the difference. And we'll do smaller patterns with this one. How about that? Come on. the patterns go through the tank from one side to the other as much. Can we tell what color in the green? Only because I know I made a difference. Only because I made it any different. I got half of mine to leave it that way. I got half of mine to leave it that way. But nope, let's fuck with it. But we're gonna add the brown in the spots. So we got tons of this stuff, don't we? Shit. Oh, we don't need any more of it. No. I'm just going to leave just the green. That way they look different from each other. If I want to do an ambush, I'll buy another King Tiger. I'll buy a proper King Tiger model, not this shit show of a King Tiger. So this is the command one. Well, the one with the commander on it, and then this is the other one. Okay? Now, how are those two Shermans doing? Because I don't actually have, I believe it's Russian uniform. So let's do a little bit of research while we're sitting here. This thing clean. Yeah, let's go ahead and get the rest of this residue off. And I'll go ahead and spray the two British vehicles. Or Canadian vehicles. I don't know what they are. I got half of mine to make them Canadian. Let's do a little bit of research. I hope you guys don't mind. A little bit of internet research. I'm gonna go get the, am I gonna paint? Yeah, we're gonna paint more, so I might as well leave the stuff on it. Jesus, I got it everywhere. Not everywhere, but I know people that hand paint and they mix on their thumb. Now I don't need it for hand painting, I need it for this. Because it's like, okay, I get it, all right, get on it kind of thing. Okay, so we're going to look at Vallejo, British armor color. And I'm actually going to do one thing. I've got a perfect pad of paper. I'm going to go get a pencil. So one already here. Yeah. We still haven't moved in completely. Be difficult. Perfect. Even if it is blue. All right. Vallejo British Armor paint set. Okay. So if you look at this set here, the World War II paint set, bronze green Russian uniform. And if you flip to the back, it's the vehicle base is bronze green and they dry brush with Russian uniform. That's an interesting concept. That's an interesting concept, and we may do that. We may just go ahead and try that with the airbrush. See what the hell happens, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and write. I have both of those colors. I have, I have all these colors for. So we're gonna go Vallejo base is 597 bronze green, and then 924 Russian uniform. Okay, which we'll have to thin those because its Vallejo runs a little thick, but we don't have to do camouflage patterns. Okay, that's not bad. I could probably get away with using only one of the colors. I could probably get away with just using Russian uniform, but we'll do it that way. That seems reasonable, at least as a starting point. Okay, so I'm going to do another search on here, and I'm going to see on here British armor. I'll even spell it with a U, which looks better. British armor, Mickey Mouse. And just see, that actually may be something that I have to hand paint. Yeah, I may actually have to hand paint it. Now, a lot of the British vehicles are similar to this. They have like this deep, almost like a deep green to them. So, yeah, I don't really mind that. I am going to do one other thing, which is British armor markings, Italy. And I'm looking specifically for a decal set because there was guides to some of the different colors. Okay, Normandy bison decals for the Firefly. Well, I'm not buying the decals. Holy shit! Talk about piling up the. Look at the extra tracks on there. Crazy stuff. This looks like it's got the standard fare type of cam. This is the one I'm looking for. British tanks in Italy. Light mud. Olive drab. Okay. That's if it's an American vehicle, right? Like these, they use the Shermans with a 76 millimeter gun in Italy. Okay, we're not going to worry about Italy then right now. We're going to use those two colors. I'm going to go ahead and grab those two Vallejo colors, and I will be right back in a jiffy. And we will airbrush them. Okay. Here we have them. Two very different colors. Bronze green, which is almost like a late war color. I'm going to do it. I'm going to follow what their suggestion is on that thing. And then Russian uniform, which I totally approve of. So, we're going to go ahead and do it exactly how they say and see how it turns out. Sometimes you just got to do things how it's suggested and then work from there. Unless the suggestions are stupid. That kind of goes without saying. So what we're going to try to do is we're going to give these guys a light dusting with this. We want to leave black still in recesses. That's the whole point in airbrushing with black. Is the priming in black is to leave that stuff there. Well, that's really fucking helpful. I like that. Okay, well. We found a use for a toothbrush. You know, one of these cheap ones. I brush my teeth every day. Jesus. Oh, man. You guys doing all right? Some of you guys are enjoying this. I'm having a blast. I'm on a fucking tear. This is what I like. This is knocking things out. Save a lot of money doing this. You know, you could have a day at home. It's relaxing. You just, what I like to call enjoying the mortgage. You got to pay the mortgage anyways. You might as well be at home. No point in sitting in a house. No point in paying for a house. No point in paying for a house that you're not in. There you go. I guess I don't need to do coke. All right, let's get the old ugly ass frontline one first. What do you guys think I should do? You think I should do Canadian vehicles? You apologize for shit. Oh, sorry about that. Blow up a house. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. I can't run this straight. I have to thin this. At least I have the Vallejo thinner to thin with it. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm not going to clean that other little pot out. Where is it anyways? I'll get that later. All right. Bronze green. One, two. Oh, it just out. Okay. Well, there's no way to measure that. We need to get this like skim milk. And this is like thick milk right now. This is the right thinner for this paint. So this should work better than that other experiment. Still thick. Okay, now I'm gonna try to pull something off. That should be plenty. If not, we can mix up more. And I gotta be careful with this because if I spray on here, that little light thing doesn't weigh anything. Okay, we're going to use a small pattern on this because I want to leave lots of black, and I'm going to try to get kind of far away from it. So this is going to look like the wrong color. It's a pretty color. That looks like a 1945, like you see like a British comet or something like that in that color. Okay. And then we'll do the same thing with the firefly. So, speaking of basing materials, some people swear by the stuff that's already pre-colored. I just think it's easier to not have something pre-colored. Also, the basing material I'm real particular with because it's the only part of the tank I don't seal. And I really am not looking for ways to make my long-ass process take even longer. And sealing the basing would take even longer. So I'm really not looking forward to doing that. I know some people like to do stuff like, some people are like, go ahead and mix the color in with the agent. And you could do that, but the problem is the agent is kind of glossy. And I don't want to have to dull coat my basing. All the basing I've done, I've never had a single thing say, you know what, it's coming off because I didn't seal it. And I don't think that's going to be I don't think that's going to happen, but well, let's have enough for this. Please, please have enough for this. Otherwise, I'd have to mix up just for this one freaking tank. Okay. Now, we primed in this bronze color, which looks like a comet. Looks like a 1945 British color. Okay? Now, I'm going to go ahead and empty the contents of this in here, which there was hardly any. Perfect. Put some of the juice in here. That went pretty well. We needed the King Tigers to sit there a little bit because we're going to give them a brown overwash. I'm going to go light on it, but it needs the colors need to kind of set before you end up rinsing them off, and that's happened before. It's not the end of the world. It's just inconvenient. That's like, oh, this is great. All right, we're going to use. Where's this one I mixed it in? Can't mix in the same one. Sorry. These things are really, really cheap. Yes, we will recycle these. Chillax. Tony's killing the earth. I am. One little plastic container at a time. All right. This is Russian uniform. I know this one's going to be just as thick. With what I just saw, I'm not going to put as much of the core paint in it. And this is definitely has a brown hue to it. And it gets stuck so that I'm going to end up squeezing it and get too much in. No, I'm not. I ain't falling for that one. That's plenty. This stuff is super, uber goopy thick. I don't mind buying the thinner, the name brand thinner, if you're using it like this. But if you're like thinning everything and like going through it, this stuff's expensive. This is like $11 or $12 or something like that for this stuff. Like, you know, it's like the flow aid that I use. If you look at the instructions on the side of the flow aid, I don't really want to. I don't have any water to rinse it. Yeah, I kind of do. If you look at the instructions for flow aid, you're supposed to make a mixture. It's 1 part flow aid to 20 parts water or whatever. I'm like, I ain't got time for that. That's, you know, I've used the flow aid for years. And I've only gone through maybe a quarter of the bottle. You know, it's going to outlast me if I'm not careful. Man, you're getting some stuff done today. Aren't we both? I mean, I get it. I love this hobby, but if I don't have somebody to interact with, I'm bored as shit. You know? And it's not because it's not because this hobby is boring. It's just okay, I got the consistency right off the bat here. I just don't know if there's enough in here to do the job. We're about to find out, aren't we? Feels good to do stuff. That's why I like getting up in the morning, every day at 5 o'clock in the morning. Boy, I really underplayed that hand. It starts your day off to a good start. Like you did something productive. It's good to be productive. You're in a good mood. You want to start off in a bad mood? Go play a video game and have a bunch of punk asses whoop your ass. Then you're in a bad mood all the time. Get your ass beat by a 9-year-old nerd burglar. Go for it, Painting. Welcome. Okay, perfect. Right off the bat. Bam. Blammo. All right. We're going to do the base color now on... I don't know that this bronze green did a damn thing. Oh, well. Maybe next time we do one, we'll skip the bronze green step. I think I'm going to zenithal this a little bit. That's why I did on the base color of the King Tigers. Nerd burglar alert! There you go. Good morning-ish. You should already be up already. Of course, you're probably up till like freaking 3 o'clock in the morning or something like that. Rick, I know you well, so I'm going to say something, and I know you're not going to be offended. You took some pictures lately. Have you lost some weight? I'm just saying, you know, hopefully you did. You look good. If you lost weight, I know who got it. Guys don't care about weight. We can talk about it. I just need to find my metabolism. I think I ate it. I think that's what the problem is. You know, when you're middle-aged and you can't lose weight, I know what the secret is. The problem is when we were in our 20s, we could eat anything we wanted to. And we just haven't adjusted our eating to it. No, well, you found out how to take the camera. I'm being serious. I'm being completely freaking serious. You found a camera angle for you. We haven't adjusted eating, you know? And my problem is quantity. I don't necessarily need to eat Doritos and French fries and stuff like that. I just can't eat. Okay, here's your meal. It's this big. Like, fuck it. Just give me a pill then. I mean, I can eat the fuck out of salads, but man, it needs to be a manly sized salad. Okay. That's what we're gonna go with. Looks right. I don't know the bronze green did a damn thing. Oh well. I'm just following directions. Hoffman, you're gonna have to send me a picture of that Godzilla. Because it sounds pretty cool. Who the hell makes it anyways? Is it some strange oddball? Oh, I was about to make a cardinal mistake. Keep working on the same tank. So after that mixed paint, at least it looks, and if it looks any different, at least it's on 2 different vehicles. Who makes that Godzilla model you're working on? So then we'll end up, this will be brown washed also. And then we'll go back just with the Russian uniform and dry brush it. Okay. Now, the Firefly. Where is mein Firefly? Oh, that one's already painted. This one right here. No, don't run out of paint now. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's damn it, man. Come on, we just need a couple more drops. Nerd burglar. You ever gotten your ass beat by a 9-year-old nerd burglar playing a game? I don't know if you play competitive games. Just missed it by that much. This stuff is goopy as shit. Goofy and goopy. Which will mean it'll be real easy to when we get to the dry brushing phase on this stuff. I gotta go to, what did I call it? Pussyfoot's Paradise? That's the local game store. Hello. And yeah, we're gonna do the stupid barrel split thing that these fireflies did. Which is always counterintuitive because they do the white at the bottom. That doesn't make any sense, but... There's these vending machines called gashafon. I don't know. I don't know the Japanese pronunciation. It might be pronounced differently. In Japan, that have some pretty detailed figures. The -1 was really well detailed, so you snagged it. Vending machines. Pussyfoot's Paradise. It's the gamer store where a bunch of sissies are in there. I'm just saying sissies. You just look at them. You go in there, you could like sneeze and knock down like 3 of them. It's like, you know, and I'm not exactly Billy Badass, but Pussyfoot's Paradise. Not to be confused with Marxist, what do I call it? The Marxist glory hole. Oh, man. Yeah, I went to the gamer store and I actually saw a real life midget. Now, I don't have a problem with seeing a real life midget, but why do you got to go to a game store to see it? I mean, it's like, we'll eat you unless you hang out with the pussyfoots in there, and then it'll be okay. You know, it's like, come on, man. Let the midget out. They're not a midget, they're a little person. What's the Marxist memorial? I don't know. What's the Marxist memorial? Pussyfoot's Paradise. It sounds like a naughty store, doesn't it? Speaking of naughty stores, I don't really know anything about this. But I do know that when I used to go to Miami, frequently, there was this place on the 826 Expressway that was a gentleman's club. Right? Shouldn't they get with the times? Shouldn't they call those gentle persons clubs? Marxist glory hole. Now that would be like one of these trendy hipster coffee shops. You know, which hey, I'm all for being against being an individual, but don't embrace things that would eliminate you. Don't embrace types of governments which would send you off in a cart somewhere. But anyways, on the 826, there was this gentleman's club that had. I always get a kick out of when people really go out of your way to name something really creatively. And these guys made an A in advertising because it was called the Booby Trap. And I'm pretty sure the 2 O's look like the Hooters O's, but I thought that was incredible marketing. Not that I go to those kind of places. Like, if you want to see that kind of stuff, you can go on the internet and see it for free. No reason to go to one of those places. Unless you want to hang out with truck drivers. I would imagine. Alright, I did a mistake. And the mistake I did is I should have primed these panels for the Panther. So we will do that now. Of course, that means we have to change needles again. Well, it's my own fault for being incompetent. Just even, is this still warm? Maybe it is. Nah. Oh well. I'll ask Santa for a cup warmer. Do you believe in Santa? No, but I like to ask. Do you believe in Santa? No, but old men should get a lap dance once in a while too. Oh man, we're just having too much fun today. Ooh, this thing is cruddy on the inside. Okay, let's not mix up the tips, or we have to get creative. All right, back to bump this bitch back up to 40 or so. Put the needle in back asswards. Put the tip. Put this. Test it with, not with that stuff's expensive. I gotta make more of this stuff. I'd make a video about making this stuff, but all I'll be doing is just copycatting somebody's work. That's not very cool. Uh-oh, ¿qué pasó aquí? Ah, I wasn't all the way to yet. We get a good seal. Blow, baby, blow. 40 PSI. More power. All right. If you don't know what that's from, then somebody needs to change your diaper. Da 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 da. Okay, it's freaking stupid to put the black in just to prime this and this. So I'm gonna go grab some other shit. I'll be right back. We're gonna keep the video going. We're going to go ahead and prime the Sherman that we're making the mantlet is on. Here is the, I don't know why I didn't pull it out here. I just wanted to do those 2 standard tanks, but here's the flail tank. You know what? It's already been primed at some point. Maybe we just need to touch it up. There's these little lights on the back. So this is like a mine clearing tank, and it clears an avenue, and then there's these lights that supposedly say, hey, you better follow down here or you're going to, you're going to turn into shrapnel. So, yeah, and you got extra little wackadoos there. Here's the 50 on here, which is bent all to frickin' hell. Well, we will glue that guy on later. Let's just, we're going to spray this thing and so we're going to do the Sherman, and we had a little Kubelwagen, which I don't have any of. I don't have a single Kubelwagen painted. I own a couple of them. I own the Airfix one, and it is in really bad shape. It's like destroyed. It's not usable. So, yeah, so we got that for primer. So those 3 things, we're going to go ahead and put these on. I can just primer paint the mantlet when it's done. I don't know when I'm going to dare check on it. I think I'm going to wait a little bit. This will look okay. It's a rough-hewn Sherman, but I didn't want to just prime these few things. I'm running out of stuff. So, well, you know what that means. You got to buy more then. No, I got plenty to work on. I'm not that low on them, but I still got more T-34s than you can shake a stick at. A lot of T-34s. Okay. Right. So, where is this stuff right here? So running about 40, 45, something like that, PSI. Armor Fast Sherman, Armor Fast M4 Sherman, Roy. I guess we'll do the cool fog next. Blowing the dust off. This is a Fujimi one. Which back in the day, I was kind of under the impression that Fujimi was like really well detailed and really accurate. That's a mistake. Maybe on some models, but not on these. You're out. How loud's that compressor? Not too bad. Seems like it's really loud for me, and I don't hear well. Huh? And the rest, I'm just going to have to hand paint it more. I'm just going to have to get in there and hand paint it. There's just some places you're just not going to be able to get to. But what it does allow you to do is put a coating that's even across the whole thing. Because if you hand paint some of these things that are smooth, it just doesn't look right. It just doesn't look right at all. So. And I don't know if this is going to be a great Kugelwagen or a Yeller one. Get your Yeller Kugelwagen ass out of here. Okay. What's people's accent in Nebraska sound like, anyways? I've never encountered somebody from Nebraska before. I do not want this to become off. This is a pain in the ass to get this thing. Whoa! You out again? I know when I primed this before, it was definitely hand painted. I'm guaranteed it was Model Master Acrylic, based on how long I've had this thing. And Model Master Acrylic was really good because it was an acrylic paint, but yet when you flowed on it, it almost behaved like this. It flowed into every nook and cranny pretty well. Wasn't one of those things you painted over and then the air pockets popped. You know, created those bubbles, air pockets popped, and then you got these little shiny spots all over something you thought was completely done, and you have to revisit it again, and you know, just an annoyingness. This little bastard. Is that everybody? I think that is everybody. How long have we been on here? Holy shit! 6 hours! Holy shit, 6 hours. Not the record. I think I've done a 9-hour one time. But the daughter comes next weekend, so my freedom will be gone soon. No, I'm be watching some movies. Be watching that Godzilla -1, May 3rd, right? What's it come on? Amazon? I'll let you know if the tanks are right. My daughter actually doesn't want to see it. I'm going to make her see it. Like, I want to see this and I don't want to watch it alone. It's like, you're going to watch this with me. She probably didn't want to see it because she still remembered seeing that freaking Kong one. Like, who gives a shit about Kong? Big ass ape. May 3rd, Amazon. I take it you don't like freaking Kong. It's freaking stupid. You know? And then he's got like a heart. So he's like, oh, I want to destroy everything except pretty girl. Candy ass monster. Kong in a monster movie is like raptors in a dinosaur movie. Okay? I didn't come to watch a freaking dinosaur movie. Where has your weekend gone? Exactly. I didn't watch a freaking dinosaur movie to see freaking raptors. Like, I want to see like huge fucking creatures just destroying shit. You know? Look. I bought these other vehicles because I needed to prime this thing, and it was stupid to prime this by itself. Guess what didn't get primed? It's you guys' turn to watch me, man. I'm having too much fun over here. And that's what I should have primed first, so that now I could have done the yellow, and I could have brought it inside. But oh no. You don't watch American Godzilla movies that are coming out. They're more similar to a Marvel superhero movie than a Godzilla movie. Yeah, screw that. Hello. You know, the worst thing about Marvel movies is they have this thing now. It's like, oh, well, there's no real villain. There's just somebody that's misunderstood. How about, like, there's evil fuckers? You know, if these people that made villains for Marvel movies would make World War II movies, they would make a movie that was about a concentration camp guards that they're just misunderstood. There's a commandant of the concentration camp. He's not really a bad guy. He didn't have any friends when he was a kid. Like, the fuck's wrong with you? There's evil shit out there, folks. Let's just blow air on this thing. Wow, and watch it dry. That's cool. Me likey, me likey. The last superhero thing I tried to watch with my daughter was the second Doctor Strange. I couldn't watch it. Maybe I just had to do the right kind of drugs. Watch like the first 5 minutes. I'm like, I'm out. That is handy. Just blow air on it. Okay, I got some of the back on that one. I'm going to do the same thing with this one. Okay, we got that done. Of course, now we can't spray in yellow because, you know, we fucked that up. Maybe see what I can get away with. We don't have a lot of this left. Okay. Where's my weekend gone? It's gone everywhere, man. Gone everywhere. I haven't had a chance to buy that coconut stuff. Coconut fibers or whatever. My wife's just hanging out. She's like, I'm like, you okay? Oh, I'm having a great time. It's like, perfect. Enjoy the mortgage. Perfect. Gotta pay for the house anyways. Might as well enjoy it. Let's retract this a little bit. I have no intention of seeing the latest or previous Godzilla Kong movies. -1 goes back to the roots of the film and is worth watching. Can't wait. Should I do a review on it? I'm not an expert on that stuff. Like I said, I watched them as a kid because I was a dinosaur freaking nut. Still kind of am. And, you know, in the 70s, unless you watched Land of the Lost, which is lame as shit, you know, I didn't. There was no dinosaurs to watch. All right. Let's see if I can get myself into trouble. I just need an overspray of the yellow. So I know this primer, if you read the instructions, screw the instructions. If you read the instructions, apply in light coats with airbrush at 20 centimeter distance. Very resistant, suitable for plastic, brass, resin, etc. Allow primer to cure 12 hours before beginning masking process. Oh, that's just masking process. We're not masking shit. So I'm not going to switch airbrushes. I'm not going to switch. ¿Cómo se dice? The needles. I'm not going to switch needles. I'm going to dial it down to about 25, and we're going to use the AK Dunkelgelb Mid-War. And that's what we're going to spray through here on the two shirtsen. 1, 2, 3. No more than that. Whoa! Push the needle all the way back in, pal. All right, and then we're going to go over this. A dusting. So we left a little bit of darkness on the edge. That'll kind of work with us. Some extra free shading in there. And we'll do the same thing with the other one. What happened here? I thought something was wrong. Dust the whole thing. We'll go brighter in the center. Oh, those don't look equivalent. Don't tell me we just ran out. Dick mother. Alright, we just need a tiny little bit. Nothing too much! Okay. That should work all right. I'm gonna put that on the command tank, on the command panther. All right, let's blow the rest of this shit out, which shouldn't be very much. Exactly. Dial this back up to like something ridiculous. So my compressor is really not hot because I have a tank. If you want to blow your freaking compressor up, buy one without a tank. No, actually, the one I have without a tank doesn't have a regulator either. Well, that's double shitty, I think. I think it doesn't have a regulator. This is original. The original one I bought. No, it does have a regulator. It does have a regulator, but no way to adjust it or something like that. I still have it. I remember looking into it, like, okay, we got to do this right. Now I'd already bought one that came with an airbrush and a compressor for about $80. And that's what I painted my DVA mats with. And I had no intention of buying another airbrush. None. And then Rust-Oleum bought Model Master. And I have no way of sealing my models now. So I'm like, well, I gotta get an airbrush, even if it's for the simple reason of just sealing my stuff. And everything else that I've done is just grown from that. Like, well, I got the airbrush, I might as well use it for this, I might as well use it for that, I might as well use it for the other thing. But the only thing I really need it for is the sealing. I don't need it for the priming. I can prime by hand. Be a pain in the ass. I can do camouflage by hand. It's, you know, not that big of a deal. But oh, I pulled that out the wrong way. Oh well. I will continue to commit sins. Meanwhile, the dogs in the neighborhood next door, you know. This tip goes with this one. And we will shut this down, blow a bunch of air. All right, by a show of hands, who wants me to continue this show inside? By doing the wash. You guys still need more creative time? I gotta take a bathroom break. But I can bring the show back inside. Because I can't do anything until the did I just forget to do something else? Meaning I can go ahead and prime the yellow vehicle. Sounds like the dentist. I like going to the dentist. But then again, I'm not British. I do. I do. I don't like going to the MD. I do not like going to the MD. The dentist, I figure I got better teeth than just about everybody they see in there. So, what I was just talking about is, I didn't prime this thing. I didn't, no, I'm going to bring it back indoor. Hey, you guys need more time? I'll get you guys, just put there in the comments. I'm going to take a little bathroom break. And if it looks like that's something that interests you guys, I could be on another 30 minutes or something like that. Because I gotta brush paint this stuff. Because this is actually, these are going to look really cool. These are going to look really, really cool. I'm glad I didn't make them both the same. So I don't have any big cats that are just green and the late war Dunkelgelb. So, okay, I will be right back, and we will see if you guys want some more. You're cool with another 30, still have some stuff to do, while the failed liquid green stuff dries on Godzilla. Uh-oh, what happened? I never bought that stuff. I saw it and I'm like, is that any good, or you just don't know how to use it, or you're learning how to use it, or is it difficult to use, or all the above, none of the above? We need to take mid-war. We need to take these colors back with us, the ones we use. So mid-war Dunkelgelb. We need the Rosetta Green, Olive Grün, and Chocolate Brown. And the Bronze Green and this one. We're going to leave the... we're going to leave the crab. The crab can stay out here. The Kubelwagen can stay out here. We're going to bring all these other guys with us, including the King Tiger, the side panels, the Firefly turret, what the hell's this? Oh yeah, the Sherman can stay out here too. The Sherman, the Sherman that we need to put the whatchamacallit on. Mantlet. I'm probably not going to take that out of the mold today. I'm probably going to just leave it be. I'm going to leave it be, make sure it's nice and cured. What else do we have that's here? Nothing? Okay. I'm going to take the cups. I'm going to take a few of the cups and bring them inside. That's a pretty handy cup to go ahead and put the stuff I got to slosh around with. Anything else? No. This thing's off. Fan can be off. No? Okay. We're going to... let's see, where's the power thing for the computer, for the pooter? Okay, we are now off power. Let's get crazy. You guys want to go for a ride? Let's go for a ride. Except the problem with that is, well, shit, I could leave the microphone connected too. Let's hope everybody in the house is wearing clothes. Live feed, be quiet. Okay, we're just gonna travel all the way into, it's not far, it's just around the corner. And let's see if we can get all the stuff engaged and plug in this power before we run out of juice. Well, I had everything picked up in this room and then it's all upside down again. Typical. Okay. Okay, I think we did the jump properly. Let's bring this around to its normal location. Yeah, the internet is actually here. This is where it connects through this room, so. Okay. I think we're good, except we need to put lights up. All right, let me go get my tray of the other stuff. I'll be right back. we can get this king tiger or hunting tiger out of here. Let's see what we got in our pocket. This paint, we're going to go ahead and put these colors back. We probably need to dry brush these on top of them. Oh, nope. That goes up there. This one goes here. And the two other AK paints go here. All right, let's get these guys off the... We can put the Sherman back. I've already cast the mold of the mantlet. Extra cups. Couple king tigers. Turrets for the Shermans. Side skirts for the Panther. All right. So, we're going to see if this stuff is ready. And why does my screen look dull? It's connected to power. You're trying to make little bumps on the texture that I had to sculpt to hide some gaps, but the green stuff didn't stay in bump form. They just flattened out. I wanted to buy that stuff for as a gap filler. I don't know if it's... I don't know anything about it. I wanted to buy it at a store and they were out of it or something like that. Okay, so no, we're going to keep this on. We're going to keep this on, and let's see how much of this stuff we have. If I don't have enough of this, then I've got to stop. If I don't have enough of strong tone, and I'm really low on it. So let's try to be really, let's not do the British one. Let's do the German ones because I'm not going to go really heavy on them or we're going to lose all semblance of the color on here. All right, let's pretend like no more of this is being made ever. And I've got to put my glasses on to find a paintbrush. Don't do it. Don't do what? Shit, I don't know what I'm not supposed to do. Buy the green stuff? You didn't like it? Liquid green stuff? Say no to liquid green stuff. Okay. I suspect it's super watery. Now, one thing that's a really interesting material is this stuff right here. This plastic putty, because it's not like regular. What sold me on this was the nozzle. I mean, it has a super thin nozzle, but this is not traditional putty. It's acrylic resin. There it is. It says right there. But this stuff's kind of cool. Don't use liquid green stuff, okay? I'm not going to buy it just because of that. Well, you've seen what it does, and you know my method, so it probably doesn't help. You know, it's probably not going to help what I'm doing moving forward. All right, we're going to cover this lightly. Just for some extra modulation, to use a modern word. Did I order that? Did I order that epoxy putty? Man, I'm going senile in an afternoon. Let's see. Let me look at. I think I did.
Okay, good. That was a while ago, though. This is where I'm going to run into the problem. I got to lay this stuff on pretty darn thick. And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care how good these King Tigers look. Don't buy them. Don't buy this model of the Pegasus ones. They're not, they're not that cheap. Your time is worth something too. And honestly, the biggest sin that these things have is that regular plastic glue will not work on them. I don't know what they're made out of, melted down baby toys or something, but it does not, your traditional glues will not work on it. I never experienced something like that in the past. And by the way, I'm perfectly happy if I only have enough for the 2 German tanks. Because we're going to do these first before we get into the Commonwealth things. Now I added some of this plastic putty around the ball mount here because there was like a big ass gaping hole. And it looked a little rough, but I think it'll end up being okay in the long term. That'd be a good name for a movie on, what is it, on Sci-Fi. Big ass gaping hole. That's some movie where they find some abandoned mine in Russia or whatever. I was reading about that the other day. Russia was like trying to race the US to get to the center of the earth or some stuff like that in the 70s. Like, I didn't know about that shit. And they made some hole that's like 14 miles deep or something like that. Like, didn't even come close to getting to the mantle. Not even close. You know, as a horror movie that takes place there. A big ass gaping hole. Hey, there's been worse plots on the Sci-Fi Channel. Of course, if they did make a movie like that, big ass gaping hole, they'd probably find, that's where the Nazis are hiding, or something like that. Something stupid like that. Uh-oh. I'm missing some good content. You use sprue melted in thin glue for some filling. Okay, so I've heard about that, all right? So, Jeffrey, what happens when you mix that stuff and then you apply it on something that's plastic? Doesn't it also melt the other You got to be really careful with that, right? I'd imagine you'd have to be really careful with that material. Rolling out little strands of milliput or green stuff has worked a lot better for me. You're trying to make little rivet-sized bumps. Yeah. Okay. And that's the nice thing. I can grab this by the barrel because I don't need any wash on the barrel because it's black. There's my cheat. You said Godzilla's 1/700 scale? So how tall is he? Or is it just, it's waterline, right? So is it just like chest up? If atomic bombs had not been dropped on Japan, would there have been Godzilla? Think about it. Oh, that's unfortunate. I rubbed some of this stuff on there. Oh well. Shit will continue to happen. I'm going to dry brush over that anyway. So this is the one that, this is probably the most anal retentive thing I've ever done on a model, is creating these little hooks that went at the top of the turret. And I think that they're just very typical King Tiger-ish. You know, you can't have a King Tiger without these hooks that are for removing the turret. And this model didn't have any. So I'm like, I'll be damned, I'm making them. And I think they turned out okay. Now this guy. And I'm actually prepared to use decals that are like white or something like that and paint the centers like blue. Because there's some of these King Tigers have these crazy colors. I don't know if I want to hand paint the whole damn thing. I think I may need a guide. The same way you can use like a white cross. Like you get white crosses with some of these vehicles are only good for Poland. Put the decal down, then paint the center black. Works great. And then you have a use for those white crosses. I did the same thing. I've got for the Soviets, I've got these guard, the microscale decals give you like hollow red stars, which are useless to me. So I just put them down and then painted the center red. So find a way to use some of those decals that you normally wouldn't be using. You'd be like, man, what the hell am I going to do with this? Well, I guess we'll just order more and not use these other ones. I'm like, well, I don't mind painting the red stars. I just need a guide so it doesn't look like, a child did it. No waterline, feet and all, no waterline, feet and all about 7.3 centimeters. Depending on what movie you watch, Godzilla's origins are different. In one movie, a Terminator type guy comes from the future to stop Godzilla getting probably getting killed by a hydrogen bomb. Okay, so it's not necessarily 7.5 centimeters. That's like 3. Okay, so he's like this big? That's 1/700 scale? Man, I thought it was a lot bigger than that. That's not very big. You could take like a heavy cruiser like the Miyoko and like ram them. Godzilla! Running speed, Take some long lance torpedoes on his ass. I thought he was big. I was like thinking, that his top portion, like chest high, would be like shit like this. I thought he'd be, I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. I was like the Kraken from the remake of the whatever the hell it's called, Battle of the Planets. I was gonna call it. No, not the Battle of the Planets. The Clash of the Titans. That Joker was big. We went to he's so big, like he'd squash a city. You go to the bathroom and it's like, half the city's gone, It needs to be used sparingly. I only use it for filling small gaps and vision slits and locating indents that I don't need. Saves mixing up milliput or green stuff, I'd imagine. Yeah, about that big. Okay, about this big? Okay. Really? That's 700 scale? They made him the same size as King Kong. That's not fair. I thought he was bigger. Those old Godzilla movies reminded me of, I hadn't seen one in a long ass time. Reminded me of one of those What did my daughter watch for a little while? The Power Rangers. You know, these guys that dress up like in the big rubber suits and stomping around, and I would have liked that as a kid. One 700 scale for a 50 meter tall, 50 meters, 150 feet tall. I thought he was bigger than that. I mean, I wouldn't want to mess with him, but you know. My Shin Godzilla's about a foot tall. Godzilla's height has changed throughout all the years. Oh, I didn't know that. Battleships are also freaking gigantic. Not next to a cruise ship, they're not. You think, oh, that's a big battleship. Don't park a modern cruise ship next to them. They look tough. Even when I was doing 1/2400 scale, I had a Yamato, and I also had, they came out with a Queen Mary, which was a Queen Elizabeth class. Queen Mary, Queen Elizabeth class. They displaced more than Yamato, and the freeboard, like, you know, you jump off that ship, off the main deck, and it's like, it's taller than most battleships. It's crazy. And the new ships are just phenomenally large. Okay, let's not do that same mistake again. Putting that freaking grime all over it. Of leftover this liquid. I built a couple of 700 scale. I had a lot of 600 scale ships when I was growing up. The old Airfix kits, which were rebranded as MPC here in the States. And I had the Bismarck and the Ark Royal and Prinz Eugen and Repulse, Graf Spee, Ajax or Exeter. I said one or the other. I had all those, but they weren't waterline, which sucked because it made you paint part of the ship you didn't even see. Okay, so that needs to dry. All right, we still have some of this liquid. How much we got? Oh, we got plenty. We don't now. Okay, Shermie. I think this thing will look just fine. Until I buy some Plastic Soldier Company ones and it'll look like shit. This is an M4A4. Sherman 5. Yeah, and now in 700 scale from Tamiya, or Tamiya, however you say it, I had the Scharnhorst, I had the Rodney. That's it. Those were pretty late. I got them in probably the early 90s. I like both of those ships. Okay, where's the rest of them? Here we go. I love battleships. I think battleships are cool as shit. So much that I hate aircraft carriers because they ruin the day of the battleship. You play a World of Warships, you can play both. Even though it's hokey as hell. But you get to push things around. I've been playing that every morning now, probably for about a month. Just something to do. Keeps me from going out and buying ship models and painting them. I'm going to have to eat lunch at some point. Well, I'm almost done with this. I would have eaten the house if it wasn't for this. I've stayed busy. I had like a bowl of cereal this morning. That was it. Before I went online, I haven't eaten anything. That's like unusual. I would have had like a second breakfast and lunch by now. Hey, it's a weight loss plan. What's that? Painting? Hey, whatever works. We have both turrets to do. I don't think I'm going to wait for decals to come in. I think I'm going to hand paint whatever these things have. But I noticed there's a hole to drill in here for the antenna. I'm dreading doing that because it's not plastic. This stuff is just way, way too brittle to be fun to deal with. They call that fasting. I don't know if I enjoy putting the ship models together. Well, then they make detail sets for like putting hand railings and stuff like that. Man, you could take things too far. You know, I didn't have any of that stuff. Some of those detail sets cost more than the real model. And I just don't. I don't like working with photo etch. I don't like gluing it. It's actually pretty easy to work with it. It's pretty durable. You know if you enjoy putting the ship models. Yeah, I just gotta be a. Ships are kind of strange. You gotta know about them to really be interested in them. They were the first World War II thing I liked, so I like them. Okay, so that's where we're going to stop on our nearly 7-hour escapade. And gonna get you a Hasegawa kit, just trying to get some of my older projects out of the way. Yep. Yeah. Was it mine Tamiya or Hasegawa? I can't remember which one it was. Okay, folks, that's where we're gonna stop. And we're gonna let this stuff dry, which is gonna take several hours. And we might see you back on here later today. Okay.